Ian was the most powerful mage in the Empire, so powerful that even the Emperor feared his growing power and strength. The Emperor himself poisoned Ian, hoping to get rid of him forever. But our hero had a trump card up his sleeve, a dagger imbued with forbidden time magic. Ian used this last chance to go back in time. Gathering his last strength, he completed the spell, and everything plunged into darkness. A moment ago, he was a dying mage. Now he's just a boy on the street, though he still possesses the power and knowledge of an 8th-Circle mage. He quickly sits up and feels his chest, but there is no trace of the dagger, and he doesn't even feel any pain. Suddenly, a familiar gentle voice calls him, demanding to know if everything is all right. It is Ian's mother, Vanessa Page. Looking at her, Ian's eyes widened in shock, unsure of how to respond as his mother has been dead for years. Quickly, he grabs his mother's hand, the hand he hasn't held for years, to make sure if it is afterlife or the spell actually worked. Looking around, he tries to understand what is going on. There are all children who are lined up for the examination, and soldiers from the castle managing the crowds. He scans the surroundings. Realization hits him hard. He spots the flag of Ivory Tower waving at the corner. He gazes at his small hands, finally certain that he has gone back 30 years, to the past. A moment flashes in Ian's mind. Himself, standing with a man holding his staff during the Mana Reactions examination. It's a test all children of the Green River Empire undergo when they turn 12, a mandatory procedure designed to identify and nurture exceptional mages. First, they are assessed for Mana Brain, the factor responsible for manifesting magic. Then they are tested for a Mana Heart, which governs the production, circulation, and storage of mana. Any child found to possess both traits is immediately accepted into the Academy of Magic and granted noble-level authority upon graduation. Ian never expected to find himself time-traveling 30 years back. He thinks of his dagger, engraved with the language of dragons. He'd spent his life researching it, along with time magic, and had activated the spell just before his death. Ragnar was Ian's closest friend. Ian had done much to help Ragnar over the years, but in his loyalty, Ian had also killed thousands for Ragnar, and in the end, Ragnar repaid him by taking his life. Ian can't let that happen again. To prevent it, he needs to regain all the power and authority he once held as an 8th-class mage. With that in mind, Ian promises his mother that he'll return soon. Ian approaches a knight, introduces himself, and is instantly recognized as Vanessa's son. The knight permits him to pass. As Ian enters the tent, Marco, a mage, is sitting in his chair, exhausted. He sighs at Captain Aaron, questioning how many more children he has to assess. Captain Aaron responds that there's at least half a day's worth of children left. The moment Ian steps into the tent, Marco's tired expression shifts to a warm smile. He sends a wave of mana toward Ian's head, warning him that he might feel a little dizzy. When Ian hesitates, Marco informs him that he's detected a mana brain within him, and that he'll need to check for a mana heart as well. Ian, however, surprises the mage by saying he has something to show him. Marco, confused, allows him to proceed. Ian takes a deep breath, and within moments, a fiery orb appears in one hand. With a focused look, Ian combines the fire spell with a water spell. Marco's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches Ian effortlessly cast two opposing spells at once. After showing off his abilities, Ian casually mentions that he's been able to do this for a while now. The captain and the knights present are stunned. Marco, still in disbelief, asks if someone taught him this. Ian denies it, saying no one did. Suspicious, Marco presses again, using his interrogation magic, which checks a person's biological reactions, like their heartbeat, to determine if they're lying. Marco warns that if Ian's lying, he could be charged with treason. Despite the threat, Ian remains calm and assures Marco that he would never lie to a noble mage like him. Marco chuckles and uses his magic, which reveals Ian is telling the truth. This only increases Marco's curiosity, leaving him wondering just what kind of child Ian really is. Suddenly, a woman's scream cuts through the air. Ian's heart races as he looks outside the tent, only to be stunned by the scene before him. His mother is being roughly dragged by the same knight who had let Ian in. Vanessa pleads, clearly terrified, while the knight, in a cruel attempt to justify his actions, claims she was loitering where she shouldn't be, calling her a lowly peasant woman. The knights, including Captain Aaron and Marco, rush outside to investigate. The knight continues to lie, but Ian's fury ignites as he hears the words. Just as he's about to act, Marco gently taps his shoulder, calming him down. Marco steps forward, addressing the group. He elaborates that this child has just demonstrated that he possesses both the mana brain and mana heart, meaning he and his parents are of the same standing as nobles in their empire. Insulting a noble or mage is tantamount to challenging the authority of the imperial family and the Ivory Tower. The knight's actions, therefore, amount to treason, punishable by execution. The knight immediately drops to his knees, begging for mercy. Ian, however, turns to his mother and says the apology is for her, not him. He kneels before the knight, warning him that he will always keep a close eye on him. Later, Ian expresses his gratitude to Marco for intervening. Marco, with a knowing glance, instructs Captain Aaron to ensure that Ian and his mother are protected for the time being. Aaron leads them to an inn where the knights are staying. As they leave, Marco watches them go, his thoughts heavy. He realizes that Ian is far more talented and intelligent than any child he's encountered. He's certain the Ivory Tower and the Imperial family will be stunned by news of such a mage. That same night, the same knight who had misbehaved with Vanessa was walking down the street, still exuding arrogance. He had no shame, especially when he openly called Ian's mother a lowly peasant woman. But little did he know, a figure in a cloak was trailing him from behind, listening to every word he murmured. It was none other than Ian. With a focused thought, Ian cast his paralyze magic, freezing the knight in place. Ian then faced him, calmly reminding him that he would be keeping a watchful eye on him. The knight's breath quickened, fear starting to take hold of him. Ian added, with a cold tone, how the knight had been disgraced by the son of a lowly peasant woman. He then fabricated a story, claiming that the knight had gotten drunk and drowned. The moment the words left Ian's lips, he shoved the knight off the bridge, sending him tumbling into the rushing waters below. Ian stood there, watching him drown, reflecting on how the knight's fate had unraveled. He couldn't help but wonder about his own past, how he'd spent years researching draconian magic to turn back time, to fix his mistakes. But now, he realized that such a thing was impossible. To protect what mattered to him, Ian swore he would do whatever it took. He watched the knight struggle in the water and murmured to himself. He would resent him if need be, but forgiveness wasn't necessary. This was the same sentiment Ragnar had shared with him after poisoning Ian. At that moment, Ian finally began to understand why Ragnar had said those words. Back in the inn, Ian sat with his hand against his aching head. He hadn't realized that using so much mana would drain him. His focus then shifted to his mother, who was peacefully sleeping beside him. He knew what the future held. In his past life, when he had become a first-class mage, his mother had passed away from a disease that very same year. All Ian wanted now was a long and healthy life with her. In his previous life, he had lost everything, but this time, he vowed not to let that happen again. The next morning, inside the royal palace, Emperor Terry sought the advice of Master Herbert Leon. Herbert explained that mana was a natural energy, and once someone learned to control it, they were considered a mage. The methods to stimulate the mana brain and the techniques to manifest magic were usually taught by academy teachers. That's how most mages learned their craft. However, news had reached him that a boy named Ian had learned to control mana on his own, without a teacher. Herbert elaborated further, stating that Ian had even cast first-class magic, just like the primal mage, an ancient mage who had mastered magic in a time when no other mage existed. Terry listened intently, curious but skeptical, thinking Ian might be bluffing. But Herbert reassured him, stating that the tales of the primal mage were not just myths. If this boy truly had such abilities, he could be dangerously talented. Herbert felt he needed to see Ian for himself to confirm whether the rumors were true. As their conversation came to a close, Terry summoned Hayden Greenriver, the Crown Prince. Hayden approached and politely asked the reason for being called. Terry reminded him that it had been 5 years since Hayden had last left the Imperial Palace. Back then, he had gone out to inspect the famine's severity, but now it was time for him to go on another journey. Terry explained that he was granting Hayden command of the Knights of the Second Imperial Order, 300 soldiers, and 3 third-class mages. His mission was to travel to Mogrian and bring back the boy named Ian Page. Hayden hesitated, but after Terry suggested he assist someone else, Hayden nervously agreed to the task. Later, Herbert, eager to begin, asked for permission to leave as well. He needed to start venturing out now, for if he didn't persuade the right people soon, he feared he wouldn't even be able to select 3 mages to accompany the Crown Prince. Terry chuckled and gave him permission to go. The moment Herbert stepped out of the hall, a young slave approached him and asked if he was returning to the tower. Herbert's expression darkened, and he revealed that he had someplace else to go first. The next day, Ian waited, fully aware that both the Imperial family and the Ivory Tower must be on the move by now. A flashback of Marco crossed his mind. Considering that Marco had declared Ian a mage right after the examination, it seemed highly likely that he had immediately reported Ian's abilities to his superiors. But no matter who was involved, whether it was the Emperor, the Tower Master, or even some third party, he knew one thing for certain. This time, he would not be a disposable pawn. A few moments later, an announcement echoed outside Ian's house, calling for Ian Page to come forward and receive an order directly from His Majesty, the Emperor. Ian flinched at the sudden proclamation. When he looked out the window, he saw Marco standing there with his subordinates. Marco, noticing Ian, smiled and wasted no time getting to the point. He explained that His Majesty had sent an imperial decree for Ian. With that, Marco instructed Ian to kneel on his right knee and place his left hand over his chest. Ian followed the instructions without hesitation, though he couldn't help but feel something familiar about the gesture. Marco, ignoring his own odd sense of recognition, extended his hand, holding a crystal sphere. A command appeared within it, sent directly from the Emperor himself. The Emperor approved of Ian's talent and nominated him as a Mage of the Empire. The decree went on to grant Ian permission to have his name carved into the Ivory Tower's Hall of Mages. Terry, the Emperor, also informed Ian that his firstborn son would accompany him to the palace. The Emperor wished for Ian to have a safe and enjoyable journey with his son's company. As the decree concluded, Ian slowly stood, understanding that the Emperor's intentions were crystal clear. One of the knights, Arnold, approached Marco with a request to escort Ian to Lord Mogrian's castle. Marco granted permission with politeness, and soon after, Arnold stepped forward. He knelt slightly, announcing that he had been granted the honor of serving Ian while he was at Mogrian. The journey continued, and they eventually arrived at the Mogrian Empire, finally reaching Marcus Mogrian, the Lord of Mogrian's castle. As the carriage pulled up, Marcus immediately warned Lavi and Margaret to treat the noble mage with the utmost respect. The castle's inhabitants gathered outside, eagerly watching Ian dismount from the carriage, helping his mother as she stepped down beside him. As they approached, Marcus greeted them warmly. 15 days passed, and rumors began to spread among the servants. They claimed to have seen the young boy at the training hall, where he was reportedly casting fire from his hands. He hadn't left the hall for 15 straight days. Inside the training hall, Ian was still focused on his training. He cast another spell, watching as the ground froze beneath him, but it still wasn't enough. He was acutely aware that his body was still too young, and he needed to make up for his limited mana. Just as his mind began to wander, the butler hurried in, breathless and panicked. With urgency, he begged for Ian's help, revealing that Lord Mogrian had gone out to hunt goblins the previous day and hadn't returned since. They had searched for hours, but still, there was no sign of him. Ian found the situation strange. It wasn't time for Marcus to die yet. In his past life, Lord Mogrian had been assassinated by one of Green River's enemies just before the First Unification War, a war that wouldn't occur for several more years. His son, Lavi Mogrian, had fled when the war broke out and was later executed after its conclusion. Given the current circumstances, Ian reminded the butler of Marco, who was far more experienced than he was. However, the butler informed Ian that Marco had other duties to attend to and wasn't currently in Mogrian. Ian was now uncertain. Maybe his return had actually changed something, for mages assigned to specific domains rarely left their posts. Ian knew the advantage he held. He knew what would happen in the future. But if Lord Mogrian's untimely death changed the course of events, he could lose that advantage. These thoughts swirled in his mind as he considered the situation. But the butler's desperate plea for help pulled him back to reality. He knew he couldn't let such an event happen. He agreed to help, determined not to let this change the future he was striving to protect. Vanessa is filled with worry after hearing that Ian is heading into the mountains with the search party. Ian reassures her, though, promising that he'll be back soon. Meanwhile, Margaret rushes toward him, her eyes brimming with tears. She begs Ian to find her brother and father, offering him anything in return. As Ian listens, his gaze lands on the ring she's wearing, and he can sense mana emanating from it. Curious, Ian asks Margaret if she would lend him the ring, explaining that it will be crucial to his search. Without hesitation, she hands it over, and Ian quickly slips it onto his finger. The moment he does, it feels familiar, just like it did in his past life. The ring is the Mogrian ring, a low-ranking artifact known for boosting the wearer's mana. It seems that Lord Mogrian gave it to his daughter instead of his chosen successor. With the ring now in his possession, the group continues their search. They venture deeper into the forest, and one of the knights points out where they lost track of the missing people. Blood is splattered across the ground, and Ian asks if they've already disposed of the bodies. The knights tell him there were no bodies, and they fear that the monsters might have taken them. Ian takes a careful look at the scene. Dozens of goblins have been slain, indicating that there were likely hundreds more who attacked the group. It dawns on him that there's no time to waste. Without hesitation, Ian raises his hand and summons a wolf spirit. A magical array forms in the air, and a stream of energy radiates from it. The knights stare in awe as a loud howl echoes in the distance. Suddenly, a baby wolf materializes in front of them. Ian hadn't expected the wolf to be so small, but given his current mana, that was the best he could do. He commands the wolf to track the scent of the blood, instructing the knights to follow it. Despite their reluctance, they comply. As they journey further into the deepening forest, Marcus continues to fend off the goblins with his staff. His head is injured, and blood is trickling down his face. Surrounded by goblins, he knows they're all on the verge of being overwhelmed. With little choice, Marcus orders Lavi to go back to the castle and warn everyone. He tells Lavi to inform them that the goblin hordes have taken Mount Mogrian, and they're all in grave danger. Just as Lavi is about to leave, his body trembles with fear. His eyes widen when he spots a goblin leaping through the air, preparing to attack Marcus from behind. In a panicked voice, Lavi tries to warn his father, but before he can react, a loud thud echoes in the air. Ian and his subordinates have arrived just in time. With a swift motion, Ian casts his Frost Nova spell, freezing the goblin in place and preventing the attack. Footsteps draw closer to Marcus, and the last thing he sees is Ian's face before everything goes black. 2 days later, Marcus slowly opened his eyes, still in a daze, lying in bed. The haze in his mind made it hard to focus, but he could hear the faint sound of his daughter crying nearby. As his senses started to return, he sat up, still trying to process what had happened. His memories were foggy, and he couldn't quite recall everything from before. Margaret, seeing him awake, quickly rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face as she explained that Ian had rescued both him and Levi. She sobbed, relieved yet worried, sharing that both Marcus's father and brother had been bedridden for 2 days. Just then, Hogar burst into the room, his face filled with relief as he thanked God that Lord Mogrian had finally woken. Marcus, still weak, asked about the other knights and his sons, his voice tinged with concern. Hogar, his expression turning somber, explained that they had lost 12 men, including Sir Rothan. Hearing this, Marcus's heart sank, and he immediately asked to speak with Ian in person. Later, in the training hall, Ian could hear a familiar voice calling his name. It was Hogar, coming to inform him that Lord Mogrian had woken up. Hogar believed that Marcus had something important to discuss with Ian, and out of curiosity, Ian decided to leave his training session. As he walked toward his office, he unexpectedly ran into both Marcus and Lavi. Ian greeted them with a warm smile, asking about their condition. Lavi, filled with gratitude, thanked him profusely for saving both of them. Marcus, too, offered his heartfelt thanks on behalf of everyone. He then gestured to a box on a nearby table, explaining that after some thought, he believed this might be one way to repay Ian for everything. Without hesitation, Ian opened the box, his eyes widening in surprise. Inside was the same mana ring that he had once lent to Margaret. Marcus, looking a bit sheepish, admitted that Margaret had told him everything about it. He had thought it was just an old family heirloom, but now he asked Ian if it held any special power, and whether it might be of use to him. Ian nodded thoughtfully, revealing that the ring amplified the wearer's mana, a crucial tool for eliminating mountains. Marcus, pleased with this answer, handed the ring to Ian, saying it should serve as a token of his gratitude. Ian, puzzled by the word token, asked Marcus to explain further. Marcus, with a solemn tone, explained that the ring would symbolize an oath to Ian. From this moment on, Ian Page would be an honored guest of House Mogrian, and should Ian ever need their help, they would be at his service. He swore on the northernmost stream of the Emerald River that he and his descendants would uphold this vow for as long as Ian's line continued. With that, both Lavi and Marcus bowed slightly in respect. Later, as Ian and the knights made their way through the forest toward Lloyd Village, Ian's thoughts drifted back to a conversation he'd had earlier with Marcus. He had asked about any alchemists who might be able to create elixirs, to which Marcus had mentioned an alchemist named Ratheo. Ian had never heard of Ratheo before in his past life, but he hoped that this alchemist would be able to help him create an elixir to compensate for his lack of mana. Just as Ian was lost in thought, his attention was suddenly caught by the sight of Lloyd Village in the distance. The entire village was engulfed in flames, a horrible sight that sent a chill down his spine. As the knights drew closer, they realized that bandits had attacked the village. Not only had the homes been set on fire, but the villagers were being mercilessly slaughtered. One bandit, wielding an axe and clearly the leader, shouted orders to his men, urging them to hurry and grab the children, taking whatever they could. The bandits seized a young boy named Douglas, and when his father attempted to intervene, he was knocked to the ground. The leader of the bandits, seeing that the boy wasn't compliant, decided to make an example of his father. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and approached the man lying on the ground, prepared to kill him. He promised the boy's father that Douglas would be sold off at a good price elsewhere. As the leader prepared to strike the final blow, Douglas screamed in terror, desperate to reach his father. But just as he did, something happened that left him in stunned silence, his screams of horror dying in his throat. Abruptly, a spike of ice shot through the bandit leader's body, killing him instantly. The remaining bandits screamed in terror, completely baffled by the origin of the ice. But as they realized where it had come from, panic set in, and they ran for their lives. However, Ian wasn't about to let them escape so easily. With a flick of his wrist, he sent sharp ice skates plummeting downwards toward the fleeing bandits. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the cold, and one by one, they all met their end. Ian's eyes shifted toward the ring on his finger, his thoughts briefly interrupted by the sight. The ring was doing its job well. With it, his mana now rivaled that of a third-class mage. The fire had been extinguished, and people were visibly relieved. Still, Ian's mind lingered on a darker thought. He felt deeply saddened by the tragedy that had unfolded here. Just then, Captain Arnold spotted him and made his way over. Ian asked if any soldiers had been hurt, to which Arnold let out a relieved sigh. All of them were unscathed. Ian allowed himself a small sense of satisfaction at this, but his relief was fleeting. His thoughts returned to the man he had come here for, wondering if he had survived. Before he could dwell on it further, a voice rang out, calling, "Ratheo!" It was the name of the man Ian had been searching for, the father of Douglas. Ratheo had been knocked out by the bandits and was now in critical condition. Douglas stood at his side, crying and calling out for his father's name. Ian hurried over, gently reassuring Douglas that he would take a look at Ratheo. As Ian examined him, he could immediately tell something was off. Ratheo's skin had turned unnaturally pale, his hair stark white. The signs pointed to one thing: mana poisoning. It was clear that Rathio couldn't have injected mana into his body on his own, meaning a mage with ill intentions had done this to him. His condition was dire, and Ian knew that time was running out. Without wasting another moment, Ian placed 2 fingers on Rathio's forehead, focusing his mana into him. The process was delicate, but it worked instantly. The man's breathing steadied, and color returned to his skin. As Ian moved to step away, Douglas grabbed hold of Ian's cloak, stopping him. He demanded to know how his father was doing. Ian didn't sugarcoat it. He told Douglas that Rathio would be okay for now, but the mana Ian had given him wouldn't last forever. Eventually, the mana residue would build up again, and Rathio would have to make a choice: either continue receiving mana injections for the rest of his life, or die. The truth hit Douglas hard. Tears welled in his eyes, and he sobbed uncontrollably. He vowed to find the Landinor flower to cure his father. Ian's mind clicked into place as he remembered the name of one of Green River's most brilliant alchemists, Douglas Heyman, the Imperial Alchemist. In his past life, Douglas had despised and doubted mages, which now made sense. Ian pieced the situation together: an alchemist poisoned by a mage, a rare herb sought in the north, and a poison designed to neutralize mana. His memories fell into place like puzzle pieces. Before he could process it further, Ian turned to Douglas. It was clear that the boy would do something reckless if left to his own devices. Ian used his magic to put Douglas to sleep, gently easing him into unconsciousness. Once Douglas was resting, Ian carried him to a nearby tree and set him down carefully. As Ian observed the boy, a strange feeling came over him. Douglas looked exactly as he had in his past life, though this time, without the hostile aura. Despite knowing that Douglas was the one responsible for the poison Ian had drunk, Ian couldn't bring himself to simply end his life now. This boy would become the greatest alchemist in history. Perhaps making him an ally was the right choice, but there was no guarantee that he wouldn't betray Ian at some point. Before Ian could fully consider his next move, Arnold appeared, catching up to him. He had seen Ian run off and wanted to make sure he was okay. Arnold's gaze shifted to the unconscious boy lying against the tree. Ian sighed and explained that the boy was from the village, and he had put him to sleep for his own safety. Ian then suggested Arnold take Douglas back while he took care of some business elsewhere. Arnold gave a reluctant nod, clearly wanting to ask more but trusting Ian's judgment. He moved to lift Douglas, preparing to carry him back. Meanwhile, Ian turned away, his mind racing with the events that had just unfolded and the uncertain future ahead. The night has fallen, and Rathio, upon waking up, immediately comes to sit beside Douglas's bed, asking him if he is asleep. Not even moving a bit, Douglas lets him know not yet. When Rathio notices Douglas's cold behavior, he tries talking to him, informing him that Barton told him that some mage came to their village to save them. In addition to that, he also said that Douglas almost got himself in trouble. Not able to face his father, he tiredly explains, he was just trying to find the flower. Upon hearing this, his father scolds him, demanding to know what he was thinking, as he could have gotten himself kidnapped by bandits. Douglas couldn't control his anger anymore, so he jumped up, questioning Rathio what he was even supposed to do then. That mage said that Rathio was going to be sick for the rest of his life. Rathio narrows his eyes, assuring his son that he is absolutely fine, but they just have to find the Landinor flower. The tears Douglas was trying to control are now falling out of his eyes. He sobs for his dying father. They have been searching for over a year, and they still haven't found it. Douglas now even doubts its existence. Suddenly outside from Rathio's house, a voice breaks in, assuring them it does exist. Both Rathio and Douglas are stunned because of the sudden voice. Scared, Rathio calls out towards the door, confirming who it is. It is none other than Ian. He has returned, admitting he has overheard them looking for Landinor flowers. Upon hearing Ian's words, Rathio ends up opening the door. He is surprised to see a young boy visiting their house. Ian greets them and takes permission to come in. As he steps inside, lowering his cloak, Douglas is in shock seeing the mage from earlier. Though Rathio has no idea about it, Ian introduces himself while placing a crystal on a nearby table. Rathio examines the crystal, realizing it is the Landinor flower. Ian promises to give him this flower only if he answers Ian's question. Without hesitating, he begins to question him without waiting for Rathio's response. How does Rathio know what this herb can do? There are only a few people who know about this flower's medicinal uses. Rathio hesitates a bit, but reveals he read about it in a guidebook. Rathio shows Ian that guidebook, elaborating that his father handed this medicinal herb guidebook down to him. Flipping through a few pages, Rathio points to Ian on a page. The book contained notes about the Landinor flower, describing that it restores mana equilibrium and is only found in the northern part of the continent. 12 petals, all a dark violet color, and the blue leaves and stem are poisonous. The plant withers the moment it leaves the place it's rooted. Out of curiosity, after reading it, Ian questions Rathio if his father studied alchemy too, so he gets to know it was a family business, meaning this guidebook is a family heirloom. Ian reminds him that if he knows that this flower can neutralize mana, then he must also be aware of what this does to mages who possess a mana heart and a mana brain. It can be used as a deadly poison. Rathio flinches. Hearing this, he understands where Ian is getting at, but he assures Ian that alchemists from his family would never make an elixir to harm a person. He can swear that on the name of Haman. As those words settle in his mind, Ian glances at Douglas and thanks Rathio for answering and apologizes at the same time while picking up the crystalline flower. He begins to remove the ice magic, allowing the flower to return to its original form, but he couldn't save it either. The best he could do was keep it from wilting by freezing it. Seeing this, Rathio suspects him of tricking them, but Ian simply clarifies that he is trying to show that he can help him find the Landior flower at any time. In that case, he needs to make a deal. Ian will regularly inject mana into his body so that he won't lose his life from mana poisoning. He also offers to help him with his research on Landior so that Rathio can use it for medicine. In return, he would like Rathio to come to the capital with Ian. Ian is clever enough to offer him this, as he will be able to find the records of the poison Ragnar and Douglas used in his past life. Hearing the favor, Rathio doesn't understand his purpose of going back to the capital, so to elaborate further, he explains he would like Rathio to manufacture mana elixirs that can replenish a mage's mana and create medicine for his frail mother. Before interrupting, Rathio apologizes but suggests Ian assist with a more well-known alchemist. After all, he is the mage of the Empire. However, Ian confesses what he is looking for is someone to stay with him and manufacture custom-made elixirs. He reminds Rathio that his son ran into the dangerous forest without a moment's hesitation to find the herb to heal his disease, so for the sake of his safety and well-being, Ian hopes that Rathio will make the right choice. Rathio is now aware that this child is no ordinary mage and asks for some time. Ian gives him some time and looks at Rathio talking to his son, promising to himself, in this life, Douglas will not lose his father. He also won't have to become a slave, and most importantly, Ian will never let him fall into Ragnar's hands. Waiting outside Rathio's house, Captain Arnold approaches Ian, informing him about finishing the preparations for their journey back to the castle. Upon receiving this information, Ian glances at Rathio's house, sighing sadly, assuming Rathio hasn't made up his mind still, and decides to head on back. Unexpectedly, the door of Rathio's house creaks open. Rathio and his son step out of the house carrying their luggage. Meanwhile, Douglas is startled to see a mage waiting for them outside their house. Immediately, Ian approaches them to confirm if he has come to a decision. Rathio scratches his head, admitting it is not like he has a choice in the first place, as he has a disease to beat, so he hopes Ian will keep his end of the bargain. Ian assures him, but they both are interrupted when Douglas confirms from Ian if he can really make his dad's disease go away. Ian's promise fills Douglas with excitement, and he eagerly seeks permission to address him as captain. It confuses Ian, but he allows it, though a picture of older Douglas comes in his mind, which makes him a little uneasy, wondering if this is what Douglas was like as a child. Suddenly, a horse galloped towards where they were standing. A knight quickly informed Ian about the need for his immediate presence at Lord Mogrian's castle. Not being aware of the problem, Ian demands to know the reason. The knight explains with urgency, the Crown Prince has crossed the Gamus River. This is confusing. They received the message just this morning, so why didn't they inform them earlier? Ian then requests the knight to lend the horse to him. Using his taming skill, he instructs the horse to go to Mogrian Castle with him. The horse immediately obeys and kneels down. Sitting on the horse, Ian guides Arnold to escort Rathio to the castle, though both Rathio and Arnold look at the horse's behavior in astonishment. Back to 2 days earlier when the escort of Prince Hayden had just crossed the Gamus River. Inside the carriage, Prince Hayden glances out the window. His mind wanders with thoughts. He recalls the conversation he had with his father, Terry, before this journey. Terry called Hayden in his office. He wanted to tell Hayden something before he went. He heard that Master Herbert has been seeing the Fifth Prince quite often these days. Many nobles have a tendency to follow the Ivory Tower's lead. Thus, the person whose side the Tower Master takes will gain the support of those nobles, and now, Herbert has made it clear that he is supporting the Fifth Prince. Moreover, Ragnar the Fifth Prince is a very clever child. Terry is sure Ragnar will use the Tower Master to make many people his allies. That is why Hayden must do everything he can to make Ian Page swear his loyalty to him. Terry insists his son make Ian his ally and build a foundation for himself before the Ivory Tower intervenes. Hayden felt pressurized. He was troubled by the task ahead. Mage or not, he is still only a child. He wondered, what good will Ian be? There are dozens of mages in the Ivory Tower, and yet none of them are at Hayden's side. Years later, Ian calls out to their daughter, Johanna, asking her to come to them. Johanna smiles brightly, running to them and calling Ian, Papa. Rage fills his eyes, thinking, how dare they support the Fifth Prince instead of him? He is the Crown Prince. He vowed to himself silently, on the day he becomes emperor, he will get rid of all those treacherous fools. As Hayden was lost in his thoughts, captain of the Second Imperial Order of Knights, Oliver Raywood called out to him from outside, acknowledging it was a bit late, but suggesting they let Lord Mogrian know where they were. Hayden seems uninterested, reminding him that they have already discussed this. Oliver politely advises that they will need time to prepare for Hayden's arrival, and begs him to be more understanding. Out of curiosity, he questions Oliver if his family is one of Mogrian's vassals, and how much time remains until they reach Mogrian. Oliver confirms that his family serves as a vassal and informs him that they have 2 days left. That being said, Hayden thinks and is sure that 2 days will suffice and allows him to let them know he is coming. He smirks, looking down on them, and wants to see how those who call themselves the Guardians of the North and the Empire's Shield prepare themselves to greet a member of the Imperial family in that short period of time. Although Oliver doesn't really like this attitude of Hayden, obviously he couldn't really do much about it and obeys his command. As soon as news of His Highness's arrival reached the Mogrian castle, Marcus was thrown into a frenzy of activity. He was both worried and drained, having not received a single word, which led him to believe the prince would arrive later than expected. Spotting Hogar, he urgently inquired whether the other families had arrived yet. Hogar quickly reported that all the families were present, except for House McFarden and House Raywood. He then asked about Ian's whereabouts. Hogar hesitated and then lowered his head, shaking it in denial. Marcus let out a weary sigh, fully aware that the situation was spiraling into chaos. A few moments later, a knight made an announcement about the arrival of the Crown Prince. As Prince Hayden was about to enter the castle, a nobleman asked Marcus about Ian's whereabouts. Just then, the sound of horse hooves grew louder in the distance. Ian appeared, panting and exhausted, nearly collapsed over the horse's saddle. He immediately apologized for being late. Marcus rushed to lift Ian down from the horse, assuring him it was fine and that he had arrived just in time. The nobles stood in shock, staring at the young mage who could barely maintain his balance. Marcus draped an arm around Ian's shoulder and explained that it was customary for those who had received an imperial order to take the place of honor and stand at the front. As he finished speaking, Ian and Marcus faced Hayden. It had been a long time since Ian had seen Prince Hayden, and the 3 magesses who accompanied him stood close. One of them, Cecilia, smiled at Ian, and he smiled back, though he knew well enough she was a spy from the Coldwood Empire. Later that evening, a grand banquet was held at the castle in honor of Prince Hayden's arrival. Oliver advised Hayden to avoid drinking too much, but Hayden coldly retorted that the wine was the only thing that actually tasted good here. He hated the banquet just as much as he disliked Ian. He urged Marcus to return soon and get some rest. Meanwhile, Cecilia, holding a glass of wine, wasn't focused on drinking. She couldn't understand why the Coldwood Empire would be interested in someone like Ian. Recently, she had received 2 orders from the Empire. First, to determine whether the rumors about Ian Page were true, and second, if they were, she was to take both Ian and his mother alive and return to Coldwood immediately. So, Cecilia set off in search of Ian and eventually found him alone outside the training ground at Marcus's castle. To test his abilities, she silently approached him and cast countless sharp magic missiles at him. The spells struck the ground, but Ian remained unharmed. Cecilia stood frozen in place, stunned. Ian turned to face her, demanding to know who she was. Cecilia raised an eyebrow, asking if he couldn't tell, and introduced herself as a senior mage from the Ivory Tower. She added that her attack was just a greeting and mocked him for having such a temper. Before she could say more, Ian's expression darkened, and he addressed her by her full name, Cecilia Coldwalker. Cecilia flinched, taken aback by the mention of her full name, unable to comprehend how he knew it. Ian smirked, revealing that he knew exactly who she was. In his past life, it was his duty to seek out and eliminate all Coldwalkers hiding in the Empire. He challenged her to name her other comrades. She urged him to stop, but Ian took a step forward, naming several spies. Yol, the stablekeeper on Mullion Avenue. Robin, the Imperial Secretary. Ario, from the Border Defense Squad, 9th Infantry. And Isabel, the head maid of the Imperial Villa. He then challenged her to guess what these people had in common, though he already knew the answer. Cecilia narrowed her eyes, conjuring a fireball in her hand and hurling it at Ian. The fireball exploded on impact, but to Cecilia's surprise, the flames were extinguished by some unknown force. Ian's suspicions were confirmed. Cecilia was indeed a Coldwalker. Before she could react, Ian calmly explained that he had come here because he had predicted she would seek him out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens of ice shards shot towards Cecilia. Her eyes widened in horror as they came closer. Ian Page moved his hand, casting an ice spear spell, causing Cecilia to tense up. Quickly, she summoned a mana barrier in front of her for protection. She could feel the pressure building, sweat starting to form on her brow as she gritted her teeth. Ian curled his fingers, conjuring a pyroblast ball, then hurled it directly at her. Cecilia realized she couldn't move with her mana barrier up, and the overwhelming force of the blast meant she was likely going to die. The barrier began to crack under the intensity of the pyroblast, icy fragments from the attack slicing across her skin. Panic set in as she tried to run, only to be knocked off balance by the massive explosion. As she lay on the ground, she reassured herself that she was still alive. She thought to herself that since Ian had used up his mana with the pyroblast, he must be exhausted. She also realized that help would be coming soon, but there was no concrete evidence linking her to being a spy. The others wouldn't suspect her, especially not because of a child like Ian. As long as she healed herself first, she could deal with him later, and the magicians of the tower would trust her too. Ian approached with a smirk, revealing his plan. He intended to make a name for himself by selling her. Cecilia smirked back, asking if he really thought that would work. Ian's grin widened, confirming her suspicion. He then added that he had proof that neither she nor the Cold Walkers were aware of. Annoyed, Cecilia demanded to know what he was talking about. Just then, Captain Oliver Raywood arrived, flanked by others, and asked what had happened. Two men rushed toward Cecilia, one of them kneeling to check on her wounds. Ian casually replied that he'd been the one who did it. Captain Oliver Raywood, now looking to understand the situation, asked Ian to explain himself. Ian claimed that he had seen Cecilia talking to someone wearing a mask, and then, out of nowhere, she had tried to kill him. Cecilia, her voice filled with anger, yelled at Ian, demanding to know what he was saying. Ian, unfazed, informed them that it was because of that encounter that he had attacked her in self-defense. Captain Oliver Raywood, not easily convinced, asked Ian if that was truly the reason for his actions. Ian nodded, reaffirming that it was a matter of survival. Raywood then asked Ian to prove his claim. Ian explained that he had seen Cecilia and the masked figure searching their bodies and marking them. Raywood immediately ordered his guards to search Cecilia. Panic gripped Cecilia as the men who had accompanied her stepped forward to intervene. One of them protested, reminding Captain Raywood that Cecilia was a magician from the Ivory Tower and questioning the necessity of searching her body. Raywood unsheathed his sword, holding it in front of the men as a warning. He declared that Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver was present, and everything that had happened was witnessed in his presence. Whether or not the Tower magicians were involved, they all had a duty to uncover the truth. The protesting man raised his hands in surrender, pleading with Captain Raywood to allow them to heal Cecilia first before proceeding with the investigation. Raywood, without hesitation, turned away, stating that the healing could come after the examination. His female guards then took charge, examining Cecilia's body. Once the examination was complete, Captain Raywood asked his female guards if they had found anything suspicious on Cecilia. The guards reported that there was nothing out of the ordinary. The two men accompanying Cecilia, still agitated, yelled at Captain Raywood, demanding to know how he could suspect her. They insisted she needed to be healed immediately. Raywood, however, turned his attention to Ian and asked if he had been lying. Ian shook his head, denying the accusation. Then, with a smirk, he approached Cecilia, apologizing, and placed his glowing fingers on the back of her neck. The group watched in shock as a mana seal mark appeared on Cecilia's nape. Furious, Cecilia glared at Ian, demanding to know what he had done. Ian smirked again, revealing that he had been curious about what she was doing with the masked figure. Now it seemed like they had been checking for this very mark. Ian's mind briefly wandered back to the past, recalling how Cold Walkers were sent to training schools with such marks, which they weren't aware of. Only their managers knew about them. Ian himself had only learned the truth after a year of interrogating a manager. Back in the present, Captain Raywood, turning to the group, asked if anyone knew what the mark meant. One man replied that it was his first time seeing it. Captain Raywood asked Ian the same question, and Ian answered, admitting it was the first time he had seen such a mark as well. Captain Raywood, though, didn't let the uncertainty of its meaning deter him. He recognized that the mark itself was still a form of evidence. He ordered Cecilia to be healed first and promised that they would interrogate her afterward. He instructed his men to prepare a mana prison, and they acknowledged his order. Turning to Ian, Captain Raywood added that if everything turned out to be true, the Emperor would reward him. Sitting on the sofa, Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver asked Captain Oliver Raywood to confirm whether a child like Ian had really defeated a third-class magician from the Ivory Tower. Oliver Raywood confirmed the question. Hayden laughed, surprised by the news, saying that he never expected a child to possess such skill. He then asked Oliver what he thought about Ian. Captain Oliver Raywood replied that according to the magicians who had been dispatched, it seemed true. Ian's behavior and speech were far beyond that of a typical child. Hayden Greenriver, intrigued, told Oliver that he believed he should meet Ian and speak with him personally before forming any conclusions. He then ordered Oliver to bring Ian to him. After some time, Ian stood before Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. He bowed his head respectfully and asked why he had been called. Hayden rose from the sofa, looking down at Ian. He explained that, from what he had heard, one of the magicians sent by the Ivory Tower was actually a spy from Coldwood, and that she was quite a skilled magician. Hayden praised Ian, telling him that he believed his achievement in capturing Cecilia was significant. Ian, flattered, replied humbly. Hayden continued, saying he would like to reward Ian for his efforts and asked what Ian wanted. Ian realized that Hayden was trying to gauge his true desires with this question. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should share his wishes. Ultimately, he decided to be open. Ian looked up at Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver and said that, if it was possible, he would like to visit the site of the old Ivory Tower on the path to the Imperial Castle. Hayden raised an eyebrow, asking why Ian would want to go there, since there wasn't much to see. Ian replied that he had only heard stories about the place and had always wanted to see it for himself. Hayden assumed Ian simply wanted to visit a historical site, dismissing it as a childish desire. He thought to himself that Ian was still just a kid. After a moment he agreed, telling Ian that he would take him there. Ian smirked internally, realizing he could get what he wanted far sooner than expected. He recalled the old ivory tower site and the item hidden deep beneath it from his past life. It was the dragon language book, which had been crucial to time magic research. He remembered finding it just a few years before his death, only managing to comprehend a small portion of it. Ian wondered how much more he could understand in this life. Later, on their way to the site of the old ivory tower, Lady Page looked out of the carriage window with excitement before turning to Ian and saying that this was her first time venturing out this far. Ian smiled and agreed. Rathio, seated nearby, told Lady Page that once they reached the capital, he would serve as their guide, revealing that, despite his appearance, he had been living in the capital for a long time, making a living through alchemy. Lady Page smiled and thanked him. Ian looked at Rathio with confusion, not quite understanding his intentions. Just then, Vice Captain Paul, the second Imperial Knight, knocked on the carriage window to inform Ian that they had arrived. He told them that they would be staying for 2 days, per Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver's orders, and that they were free to explore the area during that time. Paul then invited everyone to follow him as he would guide them to their lodging. As they walked through the village, the locals greeted Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver warmly. One man stepped forward, saying it was an honor to have Hayden visit such a humble village, and that it would be remembered for tens of thousands of generations. Hayden chuckled lightly, downplaying the honor, saying it wasn't a big deal. Ian observed Hayden carefully and realized that the prince treated the common citizens with genuine kindness. He remembered that, in his past life, Hayden always wore a dark and hostile expression, especially when Ragnar was by his side. Now Ian saw Hayden smiling, and he understood that Hayden made those cold expressions only toward those outside the nobility. He began to understand why the Emperor favored the first prince. As they walked, Douglas called out to Ian, asking when they would be going to the old ivory tower. Ian asked him why he was so curious. Douglas explained that he wanted to visit as well. Ian, after a brief pause, decided that he would visit the underground areas at dawn. He told Douglas that they would go together tomorrow, when they had the time. Douglas, visibly excited, thanked Ian profusely. Seeing the two of them talking, Rathio noticed how much Douglas seemed to have taken a liking to Ian. He turned to Lady Page and asked if Ian had always been this mature, as he found it hard to believe that Ian was only 12. Lady Page responded that Ian had matured far earlier than most children, because he was naturally caring and kind, much like his father. She added that although Ian never said it, she knew he was trying to fill the void left by his father's absence, and she felt sorry for him. Rathio nodded, understanding that Ian was a lot like his father. He then asked Lady Page if her husband had been a magician as well. She shook her head and explained that Fran, her husband, was not a magician, but an ordinary man. She continued, telling Rathio that Fran had gone missing before Ian was born after leaving for work one day. His belongings were returned home 5 years later, but Fran himself never returned. Lady Page began to say something about Ian, but then stopped abruptly, brushing it off as nothing. Ian walked across the yellow grass, his mind drifting back to his past life, a journey carried by the wind and the road of stars. It had felt like an endless path after the Unification War, far removed from the Ivory Tower and the Emperor. At first, he had wondered if his entry into the Ivory Tower back then had been nothing more than a coincidence. But soon he realized it was not mere chance. Something had guided him toward that fate. As he glanced at the familiar castle before him, the same one he had seen in his past life, he noticed that it still looked the same, unchanged by the years. He recalled the great war that had occurred 300 years ago between the magicians of the Ivory Tower and the Dragonians, descendants of dragons. The Gargoyle army, along with the dark magic of the Dragonians, had been powerful enough to obliterate the Empire. Yet it was the Imperial Prince, Mitchell Greenriver, a high-class magician, who had led the other magicians to victory, defeating the Dragonians and wiping out the Gargoyles, thereby preserving the Empire's peace. After the war, Mitchell Greenriver, who had guided them to victory, refused the position of Emperor and instead became the tower owner, building a new tower in the capital, Green River Diem. Ian now understood how this place had become a ruin, abandoned by the people over time. Approaching a certain spot, Ian wondered if this was the place. He placed his fingers on the stone, and as his fingertips made contact, they began to glow. Suddenly, a staircase appeared before him. Slowly, he descended, summoning a light spell into his palm. The light illuminated the head of a gargoyle statue. Ian's gaze fixed on the statue as he remembered the surprise he had felt when he had first seen it. Then, without warning, the gargoyle broke free from its stone form with a deafening roar, groaning as it locked its eyes on Ian. Ian gritted his teeth, stunned that a gargoyle, thought to have been extinct for 300 years, was hiding here. The gargoyle roared again and leapt at him. Instinctively, Ian formed an ice ball and hurled it at the creature. The ice struck the gargoyle with force, sending it crashing into the wall. Ian realized that in his past life, he could have easily killed the gargoyle, but now, in his current state, he had to exert more effort. The gargoyle groaned as it leapt toward Ian once again. Without hesitation, Ian cast an ice spear spell, sending sharp ice fragments flying toward the gargoyle's body. He then raised his fingers, summoning a powerful lightning spell. The explosion of electricity finally finished off the gargoyle. Ian stood over the lifeless body, muttering to himself that he has taken care of the gargoyle, so now he awaits for the passage to appear. As if on cue, the ground in front of him shifted, revealing a hidden path. Ian looked down and smiled, recognizing it as the same passage from his past life. He picked up his fallen cloak, wrapped it around his shoulders, and carefully stepped forward. Soon, he came upon a table where a dragon language book rested. Smiling, he remarked to himself that he had found it much sooner than he had expected. Approaching the book, he wondered whether it had been hidden here by a dragon, or if it was the work of the first magician. He reached for it, remembering how mysterious the dragon language had been. Even in his past life, he had been unable to fully comprehend it. If only he could understand it now, he thought. But when he opened the book, he was shocked to find it empty. Confused, he wondered what had happened. But then it dawned on him. It might be because he had already used the book in his past life. Ian closed the book, feeling a pang of disappointment. He longed to reread the dragon's language, to decipher the secrets it held. He tried to speak, but no sound escaped his lips. Realizing this, Ian stared at the book and understood. The dragon's language wasn't merely spoken with the voice. It was a magical language that drew its power from mana. In that moment, Ian realized that without the dragon's language, which had now disappeared, he could no longer use time magic. Without it, he couldn't return to the past. A heavy sigh escaped him as he closed his eyes in disappointment. He had been hoping to have the ability to endlessly turn back time, but now, he understood how dangerous it could have been if he hadn't discovered this limitation. His second life had just become a lot more difficult to navigate. The carriage rolls through the bustling streets of the city, drawing closer to the horizon. Ian is informed that they will soon reach the capital of Green River Diam. He glances out the window, realizing that they are finally entering the capital and that he needs to stay alert. He can't shake the thought that if Cecilia were to flee and meet up with another Coldwalker, the Coldwood Empire would start keeping a closer eye on him. He knows Cecilia will undoubtedly speak about him, causing complications in numerous ways. His thoughts shift when a group of magicians blocks their path. Captain Oliver Raywood dismounts from his horse and demands to know by whose authority they stop Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. The leading magician responds that it's by the order of Emperor Terry Greenriver. He explains that a command paper has been issued, transferring all authority over Cecilia and related matters to the Ivory Tower. Oliver retorts that the magician must have been in a rush to receive the command even before the spy had arrived. The magician smiles, closes his eyes, and says that urgent matters should be addressed quickly. He then informs Oliver that the Ivory Tower will take full responsibility from here on out. Oliver clenches his jaw and insists the magician hand over the sinner to the tower leader. The magician glares back, saying that Cecilia isn't a sinner yet, as the truth is still unknown. He reminds Oliver that Cecilia is still a magician of the Ivory Tower and warns him to choose his words carefully. Oliver grits his teeth and turns away. Meanwhile, the other guards mutter angrily, complaining about how the magicians are swooping in to take Cecilia, even though it was they who risked everything to capture her. One guard grumbles that it's unfair, and he won't accept it, even if it's an order from the Emperor. Ian understands their frustration. He knows the magicians aren't trying to protect Cecilia, they simply don't want knights questioning one of their own. He realizes they plan to lock her away in the deepest, most secure part of the Ivory Tower's prison, and smooth things over behind closed doors. Even if Cecilia were a spy for Coldwood, there's no way she'll escape from that prison. Lady Page peers out from the carriage, curious about what's going on. Ian reassures her, telling her not to worry. But as his thoughts turn, a messenger interrupts, informing him that Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver wishes to make a brief stop before heading to the Imperial Palace. As the carriage arrives at a mansion, Ian steps out and looks up at the building. A wave of recognition hits him. It's the same mansion he received from Ragnar after reaching the 5th class rank in his past life. Hayden Greenriver asks Ian if he likes it and explains that this mansion was personally granted to him by Emperor Terry Greenriver. Ian bows his head in gratitude, replying that he is immeasurably indebted. Hayden chuckles and tells Ian not to be so formal. Ian recalls that in his past life, he was 26 when he received this mansion, but this time, he's received it 14 years earlier. He responds, complimenting the mansion. Hayden then mentions that for now, his family will stay here, but Ian must accompany him to the Imperial Palace to greet Emperor Terry Greenriver, as they are now in the capital. Ian politely asks Hayden if he might take a moment to look around the mansion with his mother first. Hayden grants him permission with a smile, and Ian thanks him warmly. Ian walks through the mansion with his mother, Lady Page. He asks if she likes it, telling her that this will be their new home. Lady Page, stunned, asks again to confirm if this is truly their house. Ian smiles and reassures her. He remembers that in his past life, his mother had already passed away by the time he received this mansion. Lady Page gazes around in awe, commenting that the place is even more impressive than the Lord's castle. Ian thinks back, realizing that no matter how powerful he had become in his past life, he could never bring his mother back from the dead. He responds that the mansion was intended for royalty. As he looks around, Ian feels a sense of satisfaction. Everything he once wished to do for his mother and with her is now within reach. He turns to Lady Page, asking what she thinks of the mansion, hoping that this time he'll be able to see her happy, something he never got to witness in his past life. Lady Page, in awe, remarks on the grandeur of the place, but then her expression shifts to concern as she asks how they'll manage to clean such a large space. Ian sighs and, with a resolute smile, promises himself that from now on, his mother won't have to lift a finger for housework. Later, at the Imperial Palace of Green River Diem, Ian prepares to greet Emperor Terry Greenriver. He adjusts his sleeve nervously, thinking that in his past life, he never had the chance to meet the Emperor in person. By the time he graduated from the academy, the Emperor was already on his deathbed. Ian recalls that Emperor Terry was celebrated for his wisdom and decisiveness, and hopes he can learn something from him, if possible. As he walks through the palace, Ian glances out the window at the prince's palace and notices the fifth prince, Ragnar, the son of a concubine. He wonders what Ragnar is up to at this moment. Ian knows that while Ragnar resembles the Emperor more than any of the other princes, he inherited his father's cold-heartedness rather than his benevolence. Ian clenches his fist, thinking of Ragnar as both his old friend and his worst enemy. He wonders what approach he should take when he meets Ragnar in this life. As Ian reaches the golden doors, an attendant informs him that Emperor Terry Greenriver is waiting inside. Ian steps into the room and kneels before Emperor Terry Greenriver, touching the ground with deep respect. The Emperor commands him to raise his head, referring to him as the hero of the North. With a warm tone, Terry Greenriver praises Ian for his remarkable achievements in such a short time. Ian bows in gratitude, offering his thanks. The Emperor gestures for him to stand, telling him not to be so formal, remarking that Ian probably wasn't taught proper manners. Ian rises, recalling that the Emperor's words mirror something Ragnar once said to him in the past, that he shouldn't try so hard because he hadn't learned manners. Terry Greenriver observes that Ian has come a long way, and asks if he likes the mansion he has been given, referring to it as one of his royal homes. Ian glances at Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver, who waves at him with a smile. Ian quietly wonders why Hayden is present with the Emperor. He smiles at the Emperor, his eyes closed, and responds, saying that the mansion is so grand he could never have imagined it. The Emperor, not satisfied with just that, asks him again whether he likes it or not. Ian replies, affirming that he does, adding that his mother is also happy with it. The Emperor, leaning back with crossed arms, asks if Ian knows why he sent Hayden to bring him to the palace, and gave him a mansion as soon as he arrived. Ian contemplates whether to be direct in his answer. After all, Ragnar, who resembled the Emperor in many ways, preferred to speak plainly. Ian considers speaking honestly, but ultimately decides against it, reminding himself that he is still just 12 years old and should act like a child. Ian responds politely, telling the Emperor that it's because he is a bit more talented than others, and that, according to rumors, his magic is superior to most. The Emperor raises an eyebrow, asking if Ian truly believes he's the only one who thinks he's more talented. Hearing this, Hayden Greenriver looks at the Emperor and refrains from questioning a child like that. Terry Greenriver turns his gaze to Hayden, noting that this is the first time he's seen his son protect someone. Understanding that supporting Hayden is wise, the Emperor shifts his focus back to Ian and confirms that he did indeed summon him here because of his talent. The Emperor goes on to mention that even knights and magicians have been praising Ian's abilities. He also acknowledges Ian's role in uncovering the spy and states that since a citizen of the Empire has made such an accomplishment, it is only right they are rewarded. He then asks Ian if there's anything he wants. Ian realizes this is a prime opportunity to secure the Emperor's support, something he's been contemplating for some time. However, he reminds himself to ask for something suitable for a child, not an adult. He looks up at the Emperor and shyly says that he would like to explore the palace. The Emperor, intrigued, asks him what he means by explore. Ian explains that he wants to roam freely through the palace, showing his mother all the beautiful things within. Hayden, noticing Ian's curiosity, steps in and informs the Emperor that Ian's real wish is to see the old ivory tower. He explains that Ian, like any child, is full of curiosity, so it would be best to allow him to explore. Ian smiles at Hayden's words, and the Emperor, amused, agrees to grant Ian's request. He orders an attendant to present Ian with a seal. The attendant hands Ian the seal, and the Emperor explains that as long as Ian is in the palace, he can use it to access almost any area. If Ian needs help, he can show the seal to anyone for guidance. The Emperor then asks if there's anything else Ian desires. Ian holds the seal carefully, thanking the Emperor, and humbly replies that he doesn't know what more he could wish for. The Emperor smiles, clearly pleased, and announces that he will personally reward Ian. He gestures to his servants, who bring a large box of gold coins along with several maids. The Emperor explains that the gold is a token of his reward, and the maids will be sent to Ian's mansion to ensure his comfort. Ian looks at the maids and realizes that his mother no longer has to worry about cleaning, a burden he's happy to see lifted from her shoulders. He thanks the Emperor once more and exits the throne room. As Ian steps outside, he ponders whether the Emperor is truly different from others. Instead of warmth, Ian senses a deep suspicion directed toward him, a feeling that reminds him of Ragnar. Looking down at the seal in his hand, Ian understands that the Emperor likely acts this way with everyone, much like Ragnar. He recalls Ragnar's favorite saying, that suspicion is fundamental for ruling and governing. Determined to focus on what truly matters, Ian decides not to dwell on this feeling. There isn't much time after all. He approaches a nearby guard and asks where the garden is located. The guard eyes him suspiciously, but Ian presents the seal, explaining that the Emperor had told him to show it to anyone. Upon seeing the seal, the guard nods and tells him to follow, offering to guide him. Ian decides that he will pretend to explore the famous locations of the palace before heading to his true destination. After a while, he reaches the Empire's sanctuary. As he looks around, Ian recalls moments from his past life with Ragnar. Ragnar had once confessed that he loved this place, but was never allowed to enter because it was reserved for the Emperor and Empress. Ragnar, only a prince at the time, had been forbidden from entering, but he vowed that one day he would. Shaking off the memories, Ian enters the sanctuary carefully. There, he finds a guard dozing off in a chair. Taking a moment to ensure he isn't disturbed, Ian casts a sleeping spell on the guard, just in case. Using a light spell, he scans the room, his gaze fixed on the first Emperor's coffin. As he approaches the coffin, Ian's eyes widen. He has found it. Ian is collecting stoneheart mushrooms when he senses someone nearby. He quickly hides behind a wall, thinking there are only 3 descendants around, and that it can't possibly be Ragnar. He peeks around the corner and sees a girl talking to a man. She mentions that not many people visit this place, so sound doesn't escape from the room. As the princess, she is responsible for managing the sanctuary. Ian realizes that the girl is the first prince's blood-related younger sister, Harry Greenriver. Kevin asks Harry why she doesn't inform the Ivory Tower about it. Harry growls at him, clearly frustrated, and reminds him that he already knows how dangerous the Ivory Tower can be. She presses her palms together with a smile, assuring him that the ancestors will understand her decision, since it's for the sake of the Emperor and her older brother. Kevin smiles, closing his eyes, and says he will support her until the end. He then asks if she's memorized the basic spells he taught her last time. Harry replies that she has. Kevin asks her to demonstrate the light spell first. She suggests showing him the mana flow instead, and a small ball of light appears. Ian raises an eyebrow, surprised to see Princess Harry using magic. Harry complains, asking Kevin why her light ball is so small. Kevin smiles and reassures her, saying it's just because she's only recently started practicing magic. Watching them, Ian recalls Harry Greenriver from his past life. He remembers how she lived her entire life like a caged bird. When Ragnar rose to power and the eldest prince was executed, she followed her brother and quietly ended her own life. Ian looks at Harry, wondering why she's hiding the fact that she's also a magician. He knows that in the Green River Empire, hiding one's magical potential is considered a sin. The same rule applies to private magic education outside of the Ivory Tower or the Academy. Ian is certain that the magician is aware of this fact. Princess Harry Greenriver requests that Kevin teach her attack magic next time, something like Volcano. Kevin apologizes, saying he can't even use that spell himself. Harry chuckles, teasing him, and says she was just kidding. Suddenly, Harry turns around, confused, claiming she heard a noise. Kevin tells her to wrap it up for today, noting that it would be bad if someone saw them. She smiles, reassuring him that only royalty can enter this place. Ian leaves the sanctuary and looks up at it from outside, realizing he's uncovered many surprising things today. He concludes that the reason Harry Greenriver is risking the sin of hiding her magic from the Ivory Tower is likely because she's wary of the tower, which supports Ragnar. Ian decides it's time to leave, as he's already spent quite a bit of time there. He walks towards the exit, and a guard asks if he's explored enough. Ian replies that he's satisfied, thinking to himself that he's explored more than enough. Ian reaches his mansion and walks inside. He looks at Rathio and asks where his mother and the others are. Rathio informs Ian that Lady Page is chatting with servants sent from the Imperial Palace, while Douglas is taking a look around the mansion. Ian remarks that it's great and asks Mr. Rathio if they could have a chat for a moment. Rathio looks at him in confusion, but agrees to speak with him. Ian tells Mr. Rathio that he needs him to create a secret potion for him. Mr. Rathio asks what kind of potion Ian has in mind. Ian shows him the stoneheart mushrooms, explaining that they're poisonous, paralyze the body, and stop the heart. Mr. Rathio asks Ian if he wants him to make a secret potion with such a dangerous mushroom. He acknowledges that a poison potion might be possible, but a secret potion would be difficult. Ian asks if Mr. Rathio has heard of interrogation magic. Mr. Rathio replies that he has. Ian explains that he needs a secret potion to protect himself from that magic and asks if it's possible. Mr. Rathio says that he'd need to experiment first unless it's urgent. Ian replies that it's urgent. As they're about to discuss it further, there's a knock on the door, and a maid enters with a letter. She informs Ian that the ivory tower has sent him a message. Ian picks up the letter from the ivory tower and begins reading it. He realizes that they're calling him in because, like royalty, they cannot wait to meet him. Although it would be proper for them to wait until the official enrollment day at the academy, it would be difficult to teach such a talented magician alongside beginners. The letter states they want him to come in 1 week. Ian turns to Mr. Rathio and asks if it will be difficult. Mr. Rathio reassures him that it won't be a problem in 1 week, though he'll have to sacrifice his sleep. Ian apologizes for the inconvenience, saying he will entrust the task to him. A week had passed, and Ian sat inside the moving horse-drawn carriage, holding the bottle of medicine that Rathio had made using stoneheart mushrooms. He believed drinking it would stabilize his heartbeat for 2 hours. As he gazed out of the window, he realized he was back in the place where he had let go of everything and left. He spoke to himself, almost in disbelief, that he was back. Upon arriving at the ivory tower, someone informed Ian that they had reached their destination. A girl with glasses approached him, welcomed him, and offered to guide him to the owner. She led him to the first floor, explaining that it was the entrance hall. As Ian looked around, he realized the place looked exactly as it had before. The girl with glasses pointed out a golden plate and asked if he saw it. Ian confirmed he did, and she explained that the golden plate was called the Mana Elevator, a device that allowed people to travel between different floors of the tower. She added that the golden plates were reserved for high-tier magicians, enabling them to reach the highest floors directly. She instructed Ian to step onto the plate, mentioning that high-tier magicians were waiting for him on the highest floor in the owner's room. After bidding him farewell, the Mana Elevator began lifting Ian upwards. Once the elevator reached the highest floor, Ian stood before a door. As it opened, he entered the room and saw the owner. The owner greeted him, expressing gratitude for accepting the invitation to the tower. Ian glanced around at the other high-tier magicians, feeling confused. The owner noticed his unease and reassured him, inviting him to take a seat. The owner acknowledged that Ian might be surprised but assured him there was no need to be scared. This was a standard requirement for all magicians joining the tower. Ian took a seat, sensing an underlying tension in the room, as though they were waiting to see how he would respond. Luminous text appeared above the owner's hand. The owner began explaining that while they knew much about Ian's talents, he was impressive even without considering them. He mentioned that they had some suspicions about Ian and needed to clear them up. Ian listened attentively, asking if they were planning to torture him. The owner laughed and clarified that barbaric methods were not used in the tower. They only wanted to ask him a few questions, and he was expected to answer them. The owner started reading from the glowing text, detailing Ian's background, his birth year, zodiac sign, his father, Fran Page, a wandering explorer, and his mother, Vanessa Page, who had once been a servant in the castle. He then asked Ian if any of this information was incorrect. Ian confirmed that it was all true. A bald man then inquired about Ian's relationship with the alchemist Ratheo. Ian explained that his mother had been very weak, and he had sought an alchemist to provide medicine. The Lord had recommended Ratheo to him. A woman with short hair then asked why Ian had truly come to the ivory tower. Ian explained that he had read about it in books and always wanted to see it for himself. Another man asked if Ian remembered Cecilia. Ian confirmed he did. The man then demanded that Ian swear he had seen Cecilia communicating with someone wearing a mask, and that when Cecilia had been caught, she had tried to kill him. Ian swore it was true, adding that he truly thought he was going to die. A gray-haired woman then asked Ian to swear that no one had taught him magic. Ian swore that no one had ever taught him magic. However, the woman pressed further, asking how Ian knew so many spells, like Fireball, Spirit Summoning, and Frost Nova. She demanded a plausible explanation, not just a random excuse. Ian replied that he had simply imagined the magic, starting with fire in his palm, and one day, it had become a reality. To prove it, he conjured a fireball in his palm. A man in the room shouted in disbelief, questioning how such a thing was possible. The room buzzed with murmurs and speculation about Ian's claim. The owner of the ivory tower, observing that even the tower's most powerful interrogation magic had failed to disprove Ian's story, began to consider other possibilities. He wondered if Ian could be the reincarnation of the legendary first magician. Another possibility was that Ian had such a high-class magic ability that interrogation magic simply couldn't affect him. The owner studied Ian with growing intrigue, realizing that it didn't make sense for such a young child to possess so much mana. He was left wondering what Ian's true intentions were. Just then, a girl named Helene stepped forward, her eyes filled with fury. She approached Ian with an air of hostility, growling at the others to stop wasting time with pointless questions. She demanded that they ask the real question, glaring at Ian as she did so. The others tried to intervene, urging Helene to calm down. They reminded her that the owner and the others were here to ask Ian questions, but Helene ignored them all. Her attention was solely focused on Ian, and with an intense glare, she demanded to know what he truly was. Helene demanded that Ian tell them what he truly was, questioning why he was spouting nothing but nonsense. Ian, silently staring at her, recalled that before arriving, she had been the youngest fourth-class magician, known for her aggressive nature, earning the nickname Lady of Fire. He asked her if she didn't already know. Helene, now even more furious, demanded to know what he was talking about. Ian pointed at the luminous text and calmly explained that it clearly stated he was born in 488 and his zodiac sign was a red goat. He asked if she hadn't read it. Helene, her fists clenched in rage, yelled at Ian, furious that he dared to speak to her in such a way. The owner, observing the escalating tension, ordered them to stop. He declared it was enough and turned his attention to Ian, stating that he had one last question to ask. The owner mentioned hearing about an accident when Ian underwent his mana reaction test. He referred to the soldier Jonathan, who had disrespected Ian and his mother, and was found dead the next day, with small traces of mana found on him. The owner asked if Ian had any connection to Jonathan's death. Ian immediately realized that the tower owner was not in his position without reason. The owner's approach was methodical, always considering a third possibility instead of relying solely on magic. Ian understood that a normal person would have panicked and become frightened when faced with such an accusation, but if his heart rate remained steady, it would only raise more suspicion. He wondered if he should end the effect of the medicine now, or simply tell them what they wanted to hear, since the owner had stated this was the last question. Ian looked at the owner and replied that he knew nothing about Jonathan's death. Everyone in the room eyed him with suspicion. The owner asked again, pressing if Ian truly had no connection to it. Ian confirmed his innocence. The tower owner closed his eyes, seemingly satisfied, and said that he had known all along that Ian could not have been responsible for Jonathan's death. He thanked Ian for his honest answer to such a difficult question. Then, the owner revealed that the entire story about the traces of mana on Jonathan's body had been fabricated. In reality, Jonathan had simply tripped on a bridge and died. Ian, angered, glared at him. The owner, unfazed, commented that he would love to wrap things up and get something to eat but still had business to attend to. He asked Ian to be understanding, explaining that since Ian's talents had never been seen before, even in the tower, they needed to consider his current limits and potential for growth. The tower owner then showed Ian a device, explaining that it was a mana battery, an essential component that powered most of the tower. The battery, he explained, currently held very little mana, which is why it appeared blank. As more mana was added, its color would change to blue. The owner then asked Ian to add mana into it. Ian, confused, asked if he was supposed to add all of his mana. The owner confirmed, stating that since they were trying to gauge Ian's limits, he was expected to give his full amount. Ian stood up from his seat and walked toward the mana battery, contemplating its capacity. He considered that it could hold mana equivalent to that of a third-class master, but he decided that adding an amount similar to that of a second-class master would be the best approach. As Ian placed his head against the mana battery, he reminded himself that if he showed the expected amount of mana, he could avoid suspicion and be placed in a decent class. But then, a thought crossed his mind. He questioned why he was doing this at all. He reminded himself that he was just an 8th-class magician, not a philosopher or someone who would go down in history. Yet he knew that magic was the only thing he understood, the only thing he could rely on. Ian continued adding mana into the battery, more forcefully than before, reminding himself that he had always lived strategically, calculating every move. He could give up power, authority, and glory, but magic was all that mattered. He poured everything he had into the mana battery, pushing his power beyond anything expected. Suddenly, the mana battery shattered, unable to contain the overwhelming mana Ian had channeled. Everyone, including the tower owner, stared in shock at the broken device. Ian, panting heavily, stood there, his energy having far exceeded that of a third-class master. Helene, in disbelief, picked up a broken piece of the mana battery, knowing it was only designed to hold up to a third-class master's mana. She looked at Ian, her mind racing, unable to comprehend how a child like him could surpass even a third-class master. As the realization settled in, Ian, still breathing heavily, walked away slowly from the scene. The sun gently touched the tower's balcony. One of the magicians slammed his fist on the table in frustration, declaring that all the rumors about Ian Page were true. Not only was he a fourth-class magician, but that meant he was on par with all of them, except for the owner. He added that Ian's reaction when asked about Jonathan's death was the unmistakable behavior of someone lying. The magician, voice rising, demanded to know what everyone thought that meant. He argued that before Ian became an even greater threat, they needed to act fast and put a leash on him. He proposed that they cancel Ian's graduation from the academy and his 5 years of service, urging them to tame him immediately. The tower owner crossed his arms, acknowledging that it would be a tough task, but agreeing that Ian's time at the academy would only be a waste. He was too dangerous for the other students. The owner raised the question of how the newcomers and young magicians would feel about having a fourth-class magician as their classmate. He believed that Ian had either killed Jonathan or played a role in preventing his death. While he didn't see that as a major issue, he noted that the real concern was that, despite the success of the interrogation magic, they could never be sure whether Ian's lies would fool them. The owner emphasized that their top priority was the tower's reputation. The stronger the magicians they held, the higher the tower's standing would rise. He suggested that, rather than eliminating Ian, they should accept him as the 12th high-class magician and officially announce the arrival of a 4th-class magician. However, given Ian's talent and age, it would be best for him to receive specialized education from a high-class magician. Everyone nodded in agreement with the tower owner. Smiling, feeling satisfied with their consensus, he asked who would take charge of Ian Page's education. One of the magicians raised their hand, offering to take on the responsibility. Outside the ivory tower, Ian looked up at it, surprised that he had been recognized as a high-class magician so quickly. A girl with glasses caught his attention. Ian looked up at her and remarked that they had met again. She informed him that she had heard the news about Ian being a 4th-class magician. Ian smiled and confirmed, stating that it was true. The girl praised him, impressed that a high-class magician of his caliber was only 12 years old, and mentioned that all the rumors she had heard about him seemed to be true. Ian gave an awkward smile and asked what kind of rumors were circulating about him. She replied that he had probably heard them, and then informed him that she had been appointed as his supporting magician for the year. Ian smiled and said that he was in her care, then added that she should feel free to speak more casually with him, since she was his senior. The girl, maintaining a formal demeanor, agreed that as his senior, she would take responsibility and guide him through the ivory tower. Ian thanked her, and she began to lead him inside. The girl showed Ian the ivory tower's magic academy and explained that he was supposed to be enrolled today, but instead, he would be receiving special training from the high-class magicians. Ian quickly realized that they were just trying to turn him into a loyal dog under the guise of special training. He sighed, already having expected this from Herbert. As they walked, Ian glanced at his old academy friends. He remembered standing there with them, but they had all been assassinated by a Coldwood spy during the First Unification War. He never thought he would see them again. Ian smiled softly at the memory, thinking that while it might be hard to become best friends with them again, he should go and say hello to them soon. The girl led Ian to a door and explained that it was his personal laboratory. She mentioned that she had heard he would be using it, so she had cleaned it with magic. As Ian stepped inside, he realized that it was the same room from his past life. The girl looked at him with a smile and explained that when the tower was first built 300 years ago, there were 24 high-class magicians, but now there were less than half of that. So many rooms were left unused. She told him that the tower owner wanted him to use this room for his personal needs. She then asked him to wait, as she would go and fetch the magician in charge of him. As she left and closed the door, Ian touched the furniture and reflected that it had been a long time since he had entered this room. He realized that he had obtained this room 7 years earlier than in his past life. With his new status as a high-class magician, Ian understood that he needed to build a new force within the ivory tower. He had 6 years before Ragnar would begin moving under the tower owner's protection. Ian knew that he would need a powerful force to counter Ragnar, who would be protected by Herbert. Ian understood that power in the tower was based on loyalty to the owner, so if he rose above the owner in rank, there would come a time when he could seize control of the tower entirely. For now, Ian decided it was best to act like a well-behaved child. He knew he couldn't even surpass 5th class in his current form. Suddenly, Ian sensed someone's presence in the room. He turned to see Helene entering and smirked, realizing they had sent her. She entered with an air of arrogance, greeting him and calling him an arrogant brat. Helene places her hand on her waist and again calls Ian an arrogant brat, reflecting that it's been a while since they met each other. Ian looks up at her and wonders if she is the one who took care of the broken battery. Helene smirks and informs that she can see that arrogance is just an understatement for him. She approaches Ian and states that he has probably heard about the standard manners, the tower's history, magic theory, and all the stuff he should learn from the academy. Helene informs him that the owner wants to teach him inside the tower because he does not want other kids to lose their confidence if a monster like Ian joins them. Ian continues to listen to her silently. Helene picks up the books from the shelf and throws them, asking what use all of this would be. She says that boring crap like this is not her forte, and that the old hags can teach it better than her. Helene leans down closer to Ian and asks if he has defeated Cecilia. She states that she had high expectations for Cecilia because Cecilia had quite a name in the magic combat field, but she turned out to be a spy. Helene looks at Ian and says that he was able to defeat Cecilia. She tells him that since she is his teacher, so she wants to teach him something. Helene explains that there are different types of magicians, like a magician trained for combat, a magician trained to support others, and a magician who spends all his life studying spells, while all the others are just leftovers. Helene looks at Ian and asks what he thinks, what type of magician she is. Ian replies that he thinks she is the first one. She turns around properly with a proud smile and confirms it, saying that she bets no one can beat her in that field. Helene tells Ian that she is different from the other magicians who only care about the gracefulness of a high-class magician. She states that she is going to teach him her way and commands him to follow her, declaring that he has no right to refuse. Ian follows Helene to the garden. She looks at Ian and asks if he understands what he has to do here. Helene asks Ian to come at her and make her want to teach him. Ian realizes that she is no different from his past life. Ian recalls that even back then, she annoyed him by challenging him. He decides that this time, he will not let Helene start and cuts her off. The kids watch them and murmurs that it is a bit dangerous challenge for Ian to fight Helene. Helene glances at the kids with a smirk and says there seem to be enough spectators. She places her hand on her waist and asks Ian to go first, stating that she will wait for him since she is his teacher. Ian removes his fall cloak and asks Helene if she is sure about it. She smirks at him, asking who is worried for who. Ian smiles and closes his eyes, saying he will not refuse then. Looking at the blue smoke behind Ian, Helene asks if he is planning to set a barrier first, because it looks like he has seen stuff. As Helene's side also begins to fill with red smoke, she grins and claims that whatever barrier it is, she will break it in an instant. Squirt. Ian sees the huge fireballs behind Helene and immediately uses his ice block spell, completely shielding himself inside the ice block. Shocked, Helene yells at Ian, asking if he is joking with her. She touches the ice block and says the most he could think of is an ice block. Helene asks him if he is planning to sleep there until he is out of mana. Ian does not move inside the ice block because the ice block is the strongest defensive magic that protects the user, but while it is active, the user falls asleep, so they cannot use other magic. Helene sighs in annoyance, saying that she does not know what Ian is thinking, and that she is the dumb one for having hopes in that. Suddenly everyone hears a shattering sound. The kids wonder what kind of sound it is. Helene looks at the ice block in disbelief when she witnesses Ian staring at her from inside. She wonders how Ian can still move inside the ice block. Helene begins to approach him but suddenly freezes and looks up at the growing stems in front of her. She curses the situation. As Helene tries to run and dodge the attacks, she quickly realizes her efforts are futile. Her strikes aren't landing, and if she doesn't think of something fast, Ian will reach her. Panic sets in as she wonders how to get him out of the ice block. It's nearly impossible to fight him while he's casting spells from within and moving at the same time. Unbeknownst to her, Ian quietly sneaks up behind and catches her off guard. Helene's struggles prove useless as he quickly ties her down, and she can't deny it any longer. He's every bit as skilled as the primal mage they'd warned about. Desperate, she demands to be released, but Ian shows no interest in granting her request. Helene pales as Ian raises his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, the sky above begins to rumble ominously. Fear overtakes her as she realizes what's about to happen, and she begs him to stop. The sky flashes, and a bolt of lightning cracks down at Ian's command, leaving everyone around them speechless. Helene, somehow still alive, lets out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Trembling, she watches as Ian turns away, walking past the crowd without acknowledging their hushed whispers. Days later, the Tower Master learns that Helene hasn't eaten in days. He's appalled, finding it shameful that she'd picked a fight with a 12-year-old and lost. Instead of teaching him a lesson, it was Helene who learned one. The Tower Master believes Ian is a wolf, not a dog that can be trained with ease, and it will take time before he can be molded into something useful. The Tower Master then approaches the Crown Prince, who inquires about the mysterious boy mage, Ian Page. As Douglas prepares for his first day at school, Ian realizes that Douglas has the potential to become a great alchemist. Meanwhile, Ian himself has already mastered everything he's learning from his private lessons at the Ivory Tower. Bored, he sets his book aside and stands up, thinking that he hasn't had a single day of rest since he returned to the past. Although Ragnar seems to be quiet for now, Ian knows he can't afford to stay idle. He'll need to use this time to strengthen his body and regain his power, but he wonders whether it's okay to spend his time this way. Lost in thought, Ian is interrupted when the housemaid brings him an invitation from the royal palace, which makes him wonder who would want to invite him. Ian picks up the letter and immediately recognizes the Crown Prince's seal. However, Ian doesn't understand the Crown Prince's intentions. It's an unspoken rule that mages of humble background like Ian are rarely invited to such events. Furthermore, the Crown Prince, who despises parties, has gone out of his way to host one. This passivity is the very reason the Crown Prince missed his chance to engage in politics, which led all the aristocrats to turn their backs on him. Unlike his brother Ragnar, the fifth prince, who was socially active and cultivated strong connections with the nobility, the Crown Prince had little interest in such matters, making it easier for Ragnar to take the throne instead of him. Beyond politics, the Crown Prince was also known for his laziness and tendency to ignore his father's advice, even though the Emperor was the only person on his side. Ian can't quite make sense of the Crown Prince's actions, but hopes it's for the best. However, since he's never attended such events, even in his past life, Ian decides it's best to stay quiet and head out as soon as possible. Upon entering the palace, Ian is taken aback by the grandeur of the decorations and the aristocrats mingling with each other. As expected, he feels incredibly uncomfortable in such a setting. The royal servant announces the crown prince's arrival, prompting everyone to bow in respect. But instead of delivering the usual speech, the crown prince decides to introduce someone first. He looks toward Ian, and Ian immediately thinks it must be him. But the crown prince surprises everyone by welcoming Ian Page as the special guest, the youngest 4th-class high mage the tower has ever seen. The crown prince explains that the party was organized to introduce Ian to the nobles. Ian wonders if this is just a way for the crown prince to show the aristocrats which side he's on. However, this doesn't seem like something the crown prince would do, especially not after all his previous passive behavior. The crown prince continues by praising Ian's debut at the Ivory Tower, highlighting how Ian became a high mage on his very first day. He admits that when he first saw Ian in Mogrian, he couldn't understand why he had to go through so much trouble for a country boy, but now he's proud of how incredible Ian turned out to be. Even though it was his father who ordered him to bring Ian to the capital, the crown prince now feels a sense of pride in having done so. He then gestures to Ian, leading him to introduce him to someone else. What Ian sees next leaves him utterly speechless. The crown prince introduces his younger sister, Haley, to Ian. She mentions that she has heard a lot about him, but since they don't have much time to chat, she invites him to join her for the next luncheon to hear more of his stories. Ian politely thanks her for the invitation, but humbly suggests that his tales of magic and monsters might be boring. However, Haley expresses great interest in both magic and monsters, assuring Ian that she'll send him a letter so they can talk more. After bidding him farewell, she leaves, and Ian can't help but notice how different she seems from the last time he saw her at the Memorial Hall. While watching her leave, Ian notices the crown prince, who is fulfilling his duties as a host despite his evident nervousness. Ian decides it's better to leave now before he draws any more attention to himself. Stepping out onto the balcony, he spots Sir Oliver and compliments him on his uniform. The brief moment of awkward silence makes Ian realize the balcony might not have been the best place to retreat to. Sir Oliver then strikes up a conversation, mentioning he heard about Ian's duel with Helene. Ian realizes that the crown prince had also mentioned the same thing about his fight with Helene, and comments on how strange it is that such rumors spread so quickly, especially considering most of what happens in the Ivory Tower is supposed to be classified. Oliver responds that a knight wouldn't survive if he didn't know how to gather information, especially in times like these. Ian agrees, understanding the weight of the situation. Times like these, he mutters, referring to the way a handful of mages have dominated the Empire's military power, leaving knights to become mere ornaments with little real influence. Oliver continues, saying he's impressed by Ian, not just for becoming the youngest 4th-class high mage, but also for defeating Helene, the Lady of Fire. He adds that it's obvious the crown prince is backing Ian, as everyone knows how much the prince dislikes these social events, yet he went to the trouble of hosting one for Ian. Concerned, Oliver then asks where Ian's allegiance lies. It's widely known that the mages of the Ivory Tower support the 5th prince, so Oliver wonders if Ian might be aligned with him. Ian dismisses the question, saying it's impossible to give a clear answer in these circumstances. However, Oliver, as the crown prince's knight, insists on knowing if Ian is an ally or an enemy. Oliver Raywood is a loyal knight who stood by the crown prince until his last breath, and trusting in that loyalty, Ian decides to be honest with him. He admits that he's not sure yet where he stands, but he's certain of one thing: he'll never be in favor of the 5th prince. Oliver looks around, checking if anyone overheard their conversation, but Ian reassures him by casting a spell to make sure no one else can hear them. Oliver then asks if Ian would be willing to be his training partner until he makes up his mind. Ian declines, pointing out 2 reasons. First, he worries that Oliver might come after him once he learns how to fight a mage. Second, there's nothing in it for him. Although Oliver can't promise he won't come after Ian later, he offers him a necklace. He explains that the queen gave it to him on the day he was appointed as the crown prince's knight. The queen had told him that it was enchanted with a spell that could clear his mind. Ian recognizes the necklace as one of the treasures that was never found in his past life, with its last known owner being the queen. Oliver offers the necklace to Ian, telling him that it would be of much more use to Ian than to a knight like himself. He explains that the queen gave it to him as a token of his duty to protect the crown prince at all costs, and by giving it to Ian, he feels it would be the best way to honor her, certain that she would understand his decision. Ian accepts the necklace, but just as he does, a sudden blast diverts their attention. Upon hearing the explosions erupting around the royal palace, Ian and Oliver rush inside. Concerned for the safety of the crown prince, Oliver begins searching for him. He approaches the crown prince and his sister Haley and checks if they are unharmed. After confirming the crown prince is fine, Oliver turns to the royal guards to inquire about the situation outside. The guards inform him that the explosions are originating from inside the palace, and the emergency communications network has been activated. All forces are currently investigating the cause. The mention of the emergency communications network catches Ian's attention. The royal palace's emergency network connects all the orders of knights, the Imperial Army's headquarters, and the Ivory Tower. It's the only system capable of gathering all forces when the palace is in danger. If the emergency network has been activated, that means every Imperial soldier and mage will soon converge on the royal palace. Ian wonders if that's what the explosions were meant to accomplish. Struck by a sudden realization, he casts a mana barrier around Haley and the Crown Prince. He then asks Haley if she knows how to inject mana into the barrier, explaining that her help would be useful. Ian moves on to the maids, asking if anyone by the name of Isabel is around. One maid confirms Isabel was assigned to the Queen's castle but wanted to see the party, which confirms Ian's suspicion. It's not Isabel they're after, it's Cecilia. The explosions were just a distraction, meant to divert attention while they move in on her, especially now that the Ivory Tower's guard is down. Ian couldn't care less about what happens to Cecilia, but he knows he must prevent anyone from learning what she knows about him. Meanwhile, a hooded man approaches the cell where Cecilia is being held. He's surprised to find her still alive. Cecilia doesn't recognize him, but the man reveals his identity and expresses disappointment in her, saying he thought she'd be better than this. As he removes his hood, Cecilia recognizes him immediately and desperately rushes towards him, begging him to get her out. But Daniel, for that's who it is, has other plans. Cecilia tells him she didn't say anything. It was Ian Page who knew everything about the Cold Walkers, and even the mana engraving she herself didn't know existed. She adds that Ian also knew about the mana engraving, which was a secret even she wasn't aware of. Daniel responds that this is information most Cold Walkers didn't know, and it wasn't until things spiraled out of control that the higher-ups revealed it. He asks if she has anything else to say. Cecilia pleads for her life and insists on her innocence, begging him to let her go. Daniel opens the cell, and as Cecilia steps out, her eyes widen in shock when he suddenly stabs her. She collapses to her knees, blood pouring from her wound. He tells her she was locked up because she didn't know what she was doing, and that it caused quite a disturbance. He adds that a third-class mage like her is rare, and there were talks of rescuing her. As Cecilia lies on the floor, coughing and bleeding out, he bids her farewell. But then, another voice from behind interrupts him. Surprised, Daniel quickly turns and throws a dagger at Ian, but Ian easily dodges it with a slight tilt of his head. Daniel doesn't recognize Ian at all. As Ian glances at Cecilia's lifeless body on the floor, he feels no remorse. In his mind, it's one less problem to worry about. Before Daniel can make a move or respond, Ian freezes his leg with ice, rendering him immobile. Ian steps closer and declares that he'd wanted to kill Daniel with his own hands. Daniel tries to negotiate for his life, but Ian interrupts him, saying he's finally able to avenge his friends. Daniel hadn't killed any of Ian's friends, at least not yet, and maybe not even 10 years from now. The ice continues to creep over Daniel's body, encasing him completely. Ian calmly announces that he's already made up his mind to set things right. With a tap of his finger, the ice shatters, and Daniel's cold, lifeless body collapses to the ground. Ian steps up to the dead body and examines the mana engravings on the back of Daniel's neck. They should be enough to get the answers he needs. While Ian stands over Daniel's body, he hears footsteps approaching. The Tower Master finds Ian standing over the bodies, but he has no idea what transpired. As Ian and the Tower Master face each other, the mana engraving on the back of Daniel's neck begins to glow. Meanwhile, His Majesty, the Emperor, is furious with the Tower Master for his ignorance of the threats lurking inside the palace. First, a maid, and now the secretary of the family. The Emperor had granted the Tower Master full investigative rights to get to the heart of the problem, but seeing the Tower Master's incompetence, the Emperor loses faith in the Ivory Tower. He announces that he is revoking all investigative rights granted to the organization. The Emperor demands the Tower Master disclose any findings he has gathered to the royal family, the Order of the Knights, and the Imperial Army, before dismissing him with little more than a curt command to leave. After the Tower Master bows respectfully and exits, a royal servant steps forward to invite Ian to approach and pay his respects to the Emperor. Ian Page steps before the Emperor, who thanks him for protecting the Empire from external threats. The Emperor remarks that, if not for Ian, they might have unwittingly handed critical information to unknown enemies. Without Ian's intervention, the royal family and the Empire would have been the subject of ridicule among the other kingdoms. As a token of gratitude for his contributions to the Empire's safety, the Emperor personally rewards Ian. He offers him the robe once belonging to Mitchell Greenriver, the Emperor's ancestor and the only mage in the Imperial family. According to his will, the robe was originally meant for royals only, but the Emperor chooses to give it to Ian as a lease, with the agreement that it will expire when Ian either dies or no longer wishes to possess it. Ian recalls the stories of Mitchell Greenriver, a hero of the Empire who was even appointed as the Tower Master for his exceptional magical abilities. Even in his past life, Ian had never had the chance to see this robe. As it is a robe, Ian does not need to undress to try it on, and the Emperor encourages him to put it on. When Ian wears it, however, the Emperor notices that it is a little too large for him, suggesting that Ian will grow into it over time. but Ian quickly senses that the robe is enchanted with magic. He declares that he can make it fit him perfectly. Using his magic, he adjusts the robe to his size, leaving everyone around him astounded. The Emperor praises how well the robe suits Ian, especially its blue color, and Ian bows respectfully, thanking His Majesty. Later, Ian meets Lady Haley outside, who hesitates before speaking. She mentions that she wishes to discuss what happened the last time they interacted. Ian apologizes, admitting that his actions were out of line due to the extreme circumstances at the time. He reassures her that what she fears will not happen again. As they converse, someone approaches from behind Ian and comments that what Ian did was incredibly honorable and brought peace to the Empire. Ian turns around to see a boy dressed like a prince. Like the Emperor, the boy praises Ian's role in the royal palace. Ian's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the boy. This is the prince walking toward him. The prince introduces himself as Ragnar Greenriver, the fifth heir to the Emperor. A sudden flashback grips Ian's attention, showing a glass of wine spilled on the floor beside a much older Ian. Ragnar stands above him, telling Ian that he should never forgive him. As Ragnar congratulates Ian on his appointment to the High Mage of the Ivory Tower, one thought runs through Ian's mind. This is too early. Now is not the time to meet him yet. Ragnar invites Ian to the day's luncheon, but Ian's fist clenches in anger. Before he can respond, Haley interrupts, informing Ragnar that Ian has already promised to join her. Ragnar suggests meeting the next day, but Ian refuses again, prompting Ragnar to suggest rescheduling for another time before walking away. This encounter is happening 2 years earlier than when Ian originally met Ragnar. Ragnar is still a young prince, hiding his ambitions beneath a facade. Ian decides that he will interfere in every possible way to prevent Ragnar from expanding his influence and ultimately ensure his downfall. This time, Ian will be the mastermind behind Ragnar's eventual demise. Fast forward to 5 years later, the Crown Prince is annoyed and frustrated over the overly complicated book. He complains about the difficulty of the book. The teacher tells him the book is called The Principle of Sovereignty, written by the first emperor himself. It covers the virtues a future king should have, as well as effective methods for ruling a kingdom. The Crown Prince looks at the pile of books about the kingdom's history, philosophy, economy, politics, and etiquette, and decides he's done for the day. The teacher tells him his father will scold him if he skips another class, but he shows no care. Since it's Sir Oliver's last training session with Ian, the Crown Prince decides to go watch that instead. Meanwhile, at the knight's main training field, Sir Oliver stands holding his sword firmly and thinks to himself, this is his last chance to defeat Ian in training. He clenches his sword tight in his grip and takes a look around. Ice spears rain from above. As he dodges the ice attack, the ground around him lifts up. Oliver runs through and jumps out the walls of mud. He then takes a look around to see what's next, and in that moment, a huge fire blast comes his way. Oliver thinks quickly, raises his sword, and splits the pyroblast with the swing of his sword. He finds Ian standing on the other side of the pyroblast. Oliver is determined to get him this time. He runs forward, with a sword in his hands, and finally, he places the sword directly at Ian's heart. However, Ian suddenly disappears and taps Oliver from behind and tells him he did good. Oliver does not seem all too happy with his performance. All that training and he couldn't even leave a scratch on Ian. However, Ian assures him that he aimed directly for the heart, and if could get hurt, he would have died. After a successful final training session, they shake hands, and Oliver thanks Ian and says what he learned was worth much more than the necklace he gave him. Ian tells Oliver he has improved greatly in the last 5 years, and even he didn't know a steel sword could split a pyroblast in two. Oliver asks Ian what level he is on. Ian, embarrassed to tell the truth, just says it's not as high as he might think. Right now, Ian is a 5th class master, and it wasn't until he was 26 in his past life that he reached 5th class. He's making quick progress, but his goal is to become a 6th class master at least. Unfortunately, Ian couldn't speed up the growth of his body or mana heart, so 5th class master was the best he could do. Now he's just waiting for his body to be fully grown. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince claps for Ian and Oliver's fabulous performance and says they both are the best knight and mage in the kingdom. Because it is the last day of training, the Crown Prince suggests the three of them have breakfast together, and he will have the best meal prepared to celebrate the strength of his left and right-hand men. However, Ian declines because today is also the day he finishes Ivory Tower's curriculum and receives his first duty as High Mage, so he needs to go meet the Tower Master right away. This disappoints the prince at first, but he tells Ian to leave now. They'll have time to dine together soon. Ian says he'll save some time for him and lifts up in the sky. As he says his goodbye and flies away, the prince looks up and says the fact that the robe his father gave Ian was enchanted with a flying spell makes him a little jealous. The Crown Prince asks Oliver if he's ready to take on a mage now because he saw him neck and neck with Ian just now. But Oliver says that he can't even leave a scratch on Ian and that gap is only going to grow with time. However, if he were to go against other mages, he's quite sure he could take them. Back at the Ivory Tower, seeing Ian grow from a boy to a man made the Tower Master feel old. As he reviewed Ian's reports, he found nothing but praise throughout. It was no surprise the young mages held Ian in such high regard. He was the closest thing to a perfect mage the Tower Master had ever seen. He informed Ian that today marked his final day as an apprentice. If Ian had been a student at the academy, he would have been sent off to other lands after graduation, but for Ian, the situation was different. All that remained on his last day as an apprentice was a conversation with the Tower Master. Ian politely accepted the opportunity to chat. The Tower Master congratulated Ian on officially becoming the High Mage of the Empire and handed him a tablet. The tablet would allow Ian to summon soldiers or workers from any city within the Empire, something he would need in the future. When Ian asked if there was a particular place he should focus on, the Tower Master mentioned several locations. High mages were rare these days, even more so after Helene's disappearance, and they desperately needed Ian's abilities. Ian was considered the best battle force the Ivory Tower possessed, which came with immense responsibility. However, the Tower Master left the final decision up to Ian, as it was his first mission. Ian recognized some of the places on the list. There was Rodmier, home to the largest port city in the Empire; Benson, known for producing the most steel on the continent; and Fierig, to the east of the capital, where Ian had been sent in his past life after the previous mage there had died in an accident. Ian found Fierig particularly intriguing. The Tower Master explained that Fierig had the most urgent request. Despite sending 2 third-class mages and even the Imperial Army, the monster herd from the grasslands had still caused widespread destruction. Ian was given a page detailing the situation and asked to provide his answer by the end of the day. If he declined, the Tower Master would simply find another candidate, but Ian agreed to go. At home, Douglas was surprised to hear Ian was heading to Fierig, given its reputation for dangerous monsters. Ian glared at Douglas, and his mother, concerned, asked if it was truly as perilous as they said. Ian reassured her that it wasn't dangerous, and that his position was temporary. He'd be back in a few months if all went well. His mother mentioned the mansion would feel lonesome without him, but Ian promised he'd return soon. Douglas, eager to help, asked Ian to take a look at his elixir, thinking it might be useful in Fierig. Meanwhile, Douglas's father suggested that he change the way he addressed Ian. In confusion, Douglas proposed calling Ian brother, which left everyone in the room stunned. Ian's mother, delighted by the suggestion, seemed pleased to have a new son. She even imagined that Ian must be happy as well. As Douglas and his father continued to bicker about how to address Ian, he took a moment to observe his family. Their little quarrels, his mother's giggling, and the warmth of the moment made him realize that maybe this wasn't so bad after all. However, he firmly insisted that Douglas refrain from calling him brother. Ian stands outside, preparing to say his goodbyes, but first he plans to stop by the Ivory Tower to bid farewell to the Tower Master. Before leaving, he takes a moment to brief Mr. Heyman on the mana traps he's installed at the mansions. Mr. Heyman assures Ian that he knows the traps inside and out and promises to protect Mrs. Page with his life. Douglas, noticing Ian's irritation, addresses him as brother, but quickly corrects himself to captain. He hands Ian a bottle of elixir, similar to the ones his father makes. Leaning in, Douglas whispers that his version is much better. Although Douglas still has 3 years to go before graduating from the Imperial Academy of Alchemy, Ian has no doubt that he's already proven himself to be the next Imperial alchemist. He's certain Douglas's elixir will be highly effective. When asked, Ian tells him that he plans to take a wagon to the capital's outskirts first, as he doesn't want to attract too much attention by flying. Meanwhile, Ian's mother comes by to offer him some snacks for his journey. She reminds him to finish the contents of the first container by the end of the day, as the other containers have jerky and dried fruit that will last longer. She's also packed his favorite red bean pies. Ian hugs her, assuring her that he'll take care of himself and will return before she knows it. As he leaves, Ian comes to terms with the fact that he needs to have faith in her safety, even when he's not around. The mansion is under the protection of the royal family, and the city's public security is solid. Plus, there's the mana trap, the last resort, which can only be activated by his mother, Rotheo, or Douglas. He's installed enough of them to ensure that any intruders can be dealt with in his absence, so he's confident Mrs. Page will be fine. As Ian heads off, he reflects that it's been 25 years since he last set foot in Fierig. Meanwhile, in Fierig, an army of monsters attacks a camp. The army captain shouts orders to his soldiers, warning them not to die before they bring him the heads of 100 monsters. As the soldiers fight, another one arrives with news that the supply unit in the rear has been attacked by orcs who crossed the mountain. This surprises the captain since orcs typically fight on the front lines, making their appearance at the rear unexpected. He quickly orders mages and squads 2 and 3 to hold the fort while squad 1 accompanies him to the rear. The captain mounts his horse, unsheathes his sword, and leads the squad to intercept the orcs. He commands them to eliminate any orc they see. Despite the orcs' lack of intelligence, their strength lies in their unity. The supply unit, inexperienced and unprepared, is no match for the orcs. The captain fears he might be too late as he spurts his horse on, racing toward the rear. Suddenly, it begins to snow. The canyon ahead is blocked by an ice wall, and the monsters freeze solid. The unexpected change in weather confuses the captain. but then he spots someone standing atop the ice wall. With everything frozen around him, the man steps down. The soldiers quickly surround him, spears pointed at him, demanding that he reveal himself. The man, calm and composed, says he was told they were desperate for support, and introduces himself as Ian Page, a high mage sent by the Ivory Tower, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The captain, clearly impressed, praises Ian's great victory against the goblin army of Mogrian Mountain and extends a hand to him. Lord Kalian Pierrick, intrigued, asks if Ian might spare a moment of his time because there's much to discuss. Lord Kalian explains that while the attack was expected, the scale of it was not. The monsters seem determined to destroy them, which leads him to believe that something is wrong in the Great Plains. He goes on to explain that he made 2 requests to the palace and the Ivory Tower. The first was for soldiers and supplies to continue holding off the monsters, and the second was for a capable high mage who could end this threat once and for all. Lord Kalian expresses his admiration for Ian's power, particularly the ice wall and the great force with which he destroyed the goblin army. While Ian's actions have bought them some time by blocking up the canyon, Lord Kalian points out that this is only a temporary solution. The Empire is at war with monsters from across the Great Plains. After years of continuous fighting, the soldiers are weary, and supplies are running low. Had the soldiers and supplies Lord Kalian requested arrived, they could have kept up the fight, but it seems the Empire has turned down his plea. Now that Ian has come instead of a full army, Lord Kalian suggests finding a more sustainable solution. Ian reassures him that the ice wall will last for about 10 days, during which time they can monitor the mountains for any monsters that may attempt to cross. In those 10 days, Ian plans to investigate the Great Plains to uncover the cause of the problem and, if possible, find a solution. Lord Kalian is impressed by Ian's confidence, but points out that even the numerous soldiers he sent over the past few months have returned with no results. All they've discovered is that the monsters, once divided, have now joined forces and are only attacking humans, rather than each other. He gestures to the map and explains that the monsters are not just attacking the Green River Empire, but also the Coldwood Empire to the north and the Principality of Ro to the west. While some nations are less affected due to fewer access points, the majority of the attacks are concentrated on the Pierrick estate, thanks to the Great Serpent's Gorge, which allows the monsters to attack in larger numbers. What confounds Lord Kalian, however, is that the Aboriginal clan on the southern border has not been attacked by the monsters. It's as though something is keeping the monsters at bay there. While they suspect the cause of the recent turmoil lies in the south, the waves of monsters have been too overwhelming to allow them to break through and reach the lands of the native tribes. Ian realizes that the situation in the Great Plains is unlike anything he's witnessed in his past life. While there were small waves of monsters invading the Empire before, this level of invasion is unprecedented. He tells Lord Kalian that he should personally visit the southern border to meet with the Aboriginal clan. Lord Kalian acknowledges that if the clan's leader is the Shaman King, then he may know something crucial about the issue. Meanwhile, Ian gazes up at the beautiful night sky over the Great Plains, lost in thought. He believes that the artifact, the Staff of the Great Plains, should still be in place. The staff, once given to the leader of the natives, the Shaman King, had always fascinated Ian. He had always had a particular fondness for it, as birch tree staffs are quite rare. In 3 years, the Green River Empire, the Coldwood Empire, and the Principality of Ro will unite to form a joint army to eradicate the monsters from the Great Plains. The monsters will be largely banished, and each nation will claim a portion of the plains and its resources. During that time, the Shaman King will disappear, and the natives will be enslaved. However, something that never happened in Ian's previous life has occurred, and his return might just be the catalyst for that change. Ian tells Lord Kalian that the ice wall will begin to thaw and break after 10 days. In the meantime, he plans to investigate the cause of the recent changes and figure out a way to resolve it. However, should he not return within those 10 days, Ian expresses his confidence in Lord Kalian to manage the situation. Ian flies through the Great Plains and lands at a mountain marking the start of the Aboriginals' territory. To his surprise, the area is eerily quiet. While the north is overrun by thousands of monsters, Ian hasn't encountered a single one on his journey south, which leads him to think that perhaps Lord Kalian was right. The cause of the change must lie somewhere within these lands. As Ian walks deeper into the area, the natives immediately take notice of his presence, standing alert. Ian calmly introduces himself, explaining that he is a mage from the Green River Empire and that he comes in peace. The natives, intrigued, ask him where he learned their language. Ian dismisses their question, saying it's not important, and demands to meet the Shaman King, leaving the natives in shock. To the natives, the Shaman King is the equivalent of a tower master, but instead of being trained as a magician, the Shaman King is born with both a mana heart and a mana brain, and is raised as a shaman. The King of Shamans, therefore, is the rightful ruler of the tribe, Ian presses further, stating that he wishes to discuss the monster invasions in the north and that the Shaman King should be aware of the strange occurrences. The natives are offended by Ian's bold request to see their king and raise their spears against him. They warn him to leave or face being sacrificed to the spirits of the Great Plains. Frustrated with the lack of civility, Ian refuses to back down. He calmly tells them he won't leave just because they tell him to. One of the natives attacks him with a spear, but Ian swiftly blocks it with his own ice spear, slicing the weapon in half. He threatens the natives, telling them that if they don't bring the Shaman King, the next thing to fly off will be their leader's head. At that moment, the Shaman King appears and asks why someone from the Empire would seek him out. Ian turns to face him, and at a glance his eyes fall on the staff the Shaman King holds. He immediately recognizes the leader and begins explaining the situation. The monsters of the Great Plains are attacking the borders of the 3 neighboring nations. However, despite traveling through the region, Ian hasn't encountered a single monster headed south. He asks the Shaman King if he knows why the monsters are only invading the northern lands. The Shaman King answers dismissively, stating that monster invasions of human territories are not unusual, and the natives have no knowledge of why this is happening. Ian, however, can see through the Shaman King's words and demands that he tell the truth. The accusation offends the Shaman King's people, but he motions for them to stop. The Shaman King reveals that he has heard of the Empire's lie-detecting magic, and although he is impressed to see it in action, he agrees to tell Ian the truth. He recounts a prophecy foretelling that the Great Plains will one day be consumed by an ocean of flames, with its light painting the land red. The natives, who have lived in the region for thousands of years, will be torn apart and enslaved. Although they know they can do nothing to stop such a war, they can't just sit idly by, waiting and hoping the prophecy will turn out to be false. Then one day, a woman came to them, shared her power, and inscribed some magic onto the staff. Before disappearing, she told them that if a stranger ever arrived in their lands, they could not let him leave. With a thundering strike, the Shaman King slams his staff onto the ground, and suddenly, a ring of fire surrounds them. The clanspeople begin transforming into monstrous creatures, and the Shaman King turns to Ian, declaring that he must die here. Ian immediately recognizes the dark magic at play. He thought black magic had been eradicated and forbidden 3 centuries ago, but now it seems that history has taken a turn for the worse. The natives, underestimating Ian, believe they have the upper hand. But Ian is no ordinary mage. He isn't about to die without a fight. With steely determination, he resolves to take the staff, now tainted with black magic, from the Shaman King, even if he must use force to do so. The Shaman King, unflinching, dares him to try, confident that Ian will not succeed. Lord Pierrick stood anxiously, his mind swirling with worry as he thought about Ian. It had been 10 long days since the magician had ventured into the Great Plains, and the ice wall blocking the canyon entrance was about to melt any moment now. Pierrick couldn't shake the uneasy feeling gnawing at him, wondering what could have happened to Ian and what would unfold if this situation continued. But forcing himself to refocus, Lord Pierrick called for Ardal. When Ardal responded, Lord Pierrick instructed him to follow the plan, setting up an outpost at the canyon. He told Ardal to gather all available troops from their territory, station them in the canyon, and even bring the catapult, along with the subjugation squad guarding the mountain paths. Ardal bowed deeply, placing his hand over his heart, and promised to return to his squad. Once Ardal left, Lord Pierrick closed his eyes, concentrating hard, willing himself to draw on his inner strength. He reminded himself that he and his men only needed to defend their land. Vowing to protect his territory and people, he resolved to become the Empire's strongest, most steadfast shield. With that determination in his heart, he opened his eyes, now filled with a sense of immense responsibility. When all his men and the catapult had been stationed, Lord Pierrick stood at the front, sword in hand, instructing his troops to prepare the catapult. Just as he shouted for them to be ready, a figure emerged from the fog. As Lord Pierrick focused on the figure, his eyes widened in shock. There, walking toward them, panting heavily and clutching something in one hand while holding a staff in the other, was none other than Ian Page. The magician, breathless and disheveled, had a cloud of black smoke swirling around his head. Lord Pierrick shouted for Ian, but before he could grasp the situation, Ian, with great effort, forbade them to touch the staff under any circumstances. Then, without warning, Ian collapsed unconscious. Pierrick, frantic with worry, shouted his name in desperation. When Ian regained consciousness, he found himself lying shirtless in a strange room. His torso was bandaged, and he could sense the dull ache of his body. At first, he wondered if he had made it back to the Lord's castle. Carefully, he sat up, a wave of dizziness hitting him, and he realized that he had indeed returned. He decided to focus on settling the staff first. Before Ian could fully orient himself, Lord Pierrick and Ardal barged into his room without knocking, both speaking urgently. They'd been waiting for him to wake up. Seeing them, Ian asked how long he had been unconscious, to which Lord Pierrick replied that he had been out for days. He asked Ian how he was feeling, mentioning that the doctor had said he shouldn't be moving yet. Before Lord Pierrick could continue with the doctor's advice, Ian swung his legs off the bed, declaring that he was fine. When Ian asked about the staff he had brought back, Lord Pierrick pointed to a box and explained that the staff was inside, guarded by other magicians. He added that the box was specially made with magic similar to mana hell, designed to protect it. Ian walked over to the box and, after inspecting it, nodded in approval, thanking Lord Pierrick for handling it so well. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Lord Pierrick asked Ian a question he had been reluctant to voice. He mentioned that when Ian had arrived, he was in a state where both his mana and stamina were drained, and if he had arrived even a little later, his life could have been in danger. Lord Pierrick, while trying to tread carefully, admitted that it might be rude to ask so soon after Ian's recovery, but he couldn't help himself. What had put Ian in such a perilous condition? There was a long, uncomfortable silence after Pierrick's question, leaving him anxious about what had happened in the Great Pains. Finally, Ian spoke up. Slowly, he retrieved the staff from the box, revealing that the staff was the cause of the strange events in the Great Pains. The revelation left both Lord Pierrick and Ardal stunned. Ian went on to explain that the staff was imbued with black magic, and a shaman had used it to control the monsters in the area, wielding both black magic and illusionary magic. At the mention of black magic, Pierrick's mind went blank. He immediately asked Ian if he was suggesting that black magic, thought to have perished 300 years ago, was still in existence. Ian confirmed that the Shaman King had received the black magic from an unknown source. Unfortunately, Ian, who had investigated the matter, had been unable to trace the culprit. Ian continued, saying that after the Shaman King's death, the black and illusionary magic had dissipated, and the monsters in the Great Pains had begun attacking the new owner of the staff. He suspected it was some sort of curse placed to destroy the evidence. He couldn't help but sarcastically thank whoever was responsible, saying it had been incredibly difficult for him to return with the staff in hand. Still trying to process the situation, Lord Pierrick asked why Ian hadn't simply destroyed the staff or thrown it away, if it was so dangerous. Surprisingly, Ian responded that he actually liked the staff, continuing to work on it with his own magic. Pierrick, perplexed, asked if Ian truly liked it just for that reason. Ian nodded and declared that the magic in the staff had been fully cleansed. Just as Ian spoke those words, he suddenly winced, clutching his chest in pain. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, especially his legs. The pain intensified and Ian groaned, his confusion deepening. Pierrick's face filled with concern as he called out Ian's name, asking if he was okay. Ian, still unable to understand what was happening to him, feared it might be connected to his mana heart. Then, without warning, he coughed up blood, staining his hands and chest. As Ian continues to cough up blood, Callian grows increasingly worried, and in a panic, asks if he's all right. He urgently orders Ardal to go get a doctor immediately. However, just as Ardal is about to leave, Ian reassures Lord Pierrick that he's fine, casually stating that he's simply shedding. Lord Pierrick looks at him, confused, and repeats the word shedding in a questioning tone. Ian explains that it's a process that happens when a mana heart that hasn't fully developed yet breaks through to a new class, so there's no need to worry. Still visibly concerned, Lord Pierrick asks Ian once more if he's truly all right. Ian reassures him again, confirming that he's fine. As the blood staining his hands and torso disappears into thin air, Ian reflects that if he's right, he's just advanced from a 5th-class master to a 6th-class magician. Looking at his hands, he realizes that he now feels a massive surge of mana, which is distinctly different from what he's felt before. Lord Pierrick sighs in relief but, still cautious, insists on getting a doctor to check on Ian. Ian thanks him for his concern. Lord Pierrick then mentions that he might be taking up a lot of Ian's time, but he has something to give him. He explains that 3 days after Ian left for the Great Plains, the Ivory Tower sent him a letter. He presents Ian with a box containing a crystal ball, saying that they were instructed to give it to him once his mission was complete. However, since Ian had lost consciousness, they are only able to deliver it now. As Lord Pierrick extends his hand to give the box to Ian, Ian takes the crystal ball, confused about why the Ivory Tower would send him a letter. Just as he's about to open it, Lord Pierrick asks him to wait, saying there's one more thing they were told to give Ian. He pulls out a letter from his pocket and hands it to Ian, explaining that it came directly from the Emperor by way of a horseman, with strict instructions to deliver it to Ian personally. The mention of a horseman catches Ian off guard, and Lord Pierrick confirms it. Ian realizes that the Emperor didn't send this letter through the Ivory Tower, but rather used a more direct and unreliable method, sending a paper letter through a horseman, which could potentially be delayed or not reach him at all. He wonders if the Emperor's message contains something the Ivory Tower can't know about, so he decides to read the Ivory Tower's letter first. Ian opens the letter contained in the crystal ball and reads it aloud. As the contents of this letter might affect your current mission, we have asked for it to be given to you only after it has ended. It was an inevitable decision, and we hope you understand our situation. There has been a slight commotion within our household. An unknown suspicious person invaded your mansion, but we were able to protect your family and assets by mobilizing the Imperial troops. The mention of a suspicious person shocks Ian, and his growing panic is visible to Lord Pierrick. The letter continues. Currently, the Imperial family and the Ivory Tower are providing the best protection possible for your family. We would like to assure you that there is no need for concern. After finishing the letter, Ian clenches his fist in anger, his thoughts racing. He wonders what Tower Master Herbert is up to, calling it a worrying letter. He then resolves to read the Emperor's letter. The letter from the Emperor reads, "If this letter reaches you safely, then it means that both my son and I are not out of luck yet. We thank the goddess of luck. I have a request. You, being a high-rank magician currently on a mission, may not have heard the news yet, but the treaty regarding the subjugation of monsters in the eastern part of the Great Plains will take place in the free city of Demadera." Ian's eyes widen in shock. He had been under the impression that the subjugation treaty wouldn't take place for another 3 years. The letter continues. "The Crown Prince, Hayden Greenriver, the 5th Prince, Ragnar Greenriver, the Ivory Tower Master, Herbert Leon, and our Empire's great general, Duncan Mitose, have been selected to be part of the delegation. By the time you are reading this, the delegation should already be on their way to Demadera. Notably, there is no one in the delegation who is aligned with the Crown Prince. Therefore, I am requesting that you, Ian Page, a friend of the Crown Prince, head to Demadera and offer him your support. I will also invite your family into the Imperial Palace and guarantee them the highest level of protection." Ian closes his eyes as he thinks over the contents of the letter. He reflects that the Demadera Treaty marks the beginning of Ragnar's political campaign for the throne, and it's the moment when the Crown Prince's shortcomings are exposed. Ragnar's diplomatic skill during this treaty gives the Green River Empire a significant advantage, causing both the nobles and commoners to take notice of his abilities. This marks the start of the Crown Prince's fall from grace, as his incompetence becomes public knowledge. Ian wonders whether all of this is part of Tower Master Herbert's plan, considering the recent events and his own memories from his previous life. The sudden changes in the eastern Great Plains, the Sorcerer King who received black magic from an unknown woman, and the early treaty between the 3 countries, it all seems to be connected to the Tower Master somehow. The suspicious people who invaded his mansion likely play a role in trying to hold him back. While Ian acknowledges that this is still just a theory, he feels that they might have figured him out. Despite everything, Ian considers ignoring the Emperor's request and heading back immediately. However, something unexpected occurs. Magic. Unlike anything even the Tower Master could have foreseen. A level of magic that isn't recorded anywhere in the world. A 6th-class magic that only a 6th-class magician can wield. Hesitant, Ian calls out to Lord Pierrick, who reassures him that he's free to speak. Ian then asks Lord Pierrick if he can do him a favor. Demadera, known by many names, freedom, neutrality, commerce, port, was a place of many faces and even more significance. With his arms crossed in concern, Heidi, the Crown Prince, nervously asks if they can just summon Ian now. Oliver, ever composed, tells him to calm down, reminding him that he's representing their empire in this meeting. He assures Hayden that no one here would dare harm him as the Crown Prince. Still uneasy, Hayden admits he knows that but can't shake the feeling of discomfort. Hayden tries to explain to Oliver that he might already be aware of this, but most of their empire's delegations, including the Tower Master, are leaning toward Ragnar's side. He doesn't like how things are unfolding and wishes Ian were by his side in times like this. Upon hearing Hayden's concerns, Oliver is left speechless. Meanwhile, Herbert, who stands among the gathered toward the sky, murmuring in confusion about what they see. One person asks if it's a bird, but to everyone's shock, including Hayden's, it's none other than Ian himself. As Ian lands smoothly on the ground, he bows to Hayden, apologizing for his tardiness. Ragnar and his men seethe with anger at Ian's unexpected arrival, having believed he wouldn't make it. Herbert, too, is stunned. He can hardly believe that Ian chose to stand with the Crown Prince over his own family. Back at the Green River Diem Imperial Palace, Douglas sighs in boredom. He lounges on the couch, lamenting that he's stuck here because of the suspicious intruder and unable to visit the academy or meet his friends. This, he grumbles, is making him incredibly restless. Ratheo, standing nearby, tells him to bear with it a little longer, adding that they should be grateful to even be in the Imperial Palace during this time. He acknowledges that it was a relief the Imperial Knights managed to capture the intruder before Ian's mana trap could be triggered, noting that if the trap had gone off, the intruder would have been reduced to dust. Noticing Vanessa's silence, Ratheo reassures her not to worry too much, pointing out that they are in the Emperor's residence, the safest place on Earth. However, Vanessa remains lost in thought, clearly anxious for her son's safety. Ratheo begins to wonder if the Ivory Tower sent a letter to Ian. As he tries to comfort everyone, saying Ian would surely arrive soon, the door suddenly opens. Ian steps in, his calm demeanor confirming his arrival. He casually asks if he's late, leaving everyone in awe. They quickly rise to meet him, and Ian takes Vanessa's hand, acknowledging their worry. He assures them that they can rest easy now, as he will protect them all. The night before, at Lord Pierric's castle, Ian speaks to Lord Pierric, making a request. Lord Pierric, eager to repay Ian for his previous help, reminds Ian of how he saved him and his territory. He promises to grant Ian any request, no matter the nature. When Ian finally shares his request, it surprises Lord Pierric,